to welcome everyone to the June 6th, 2013 meeting. I guess we obviously have a full house here this evening, and I know there are a number of topics that people want to discuss. I would ask that if there's any, so that the audience can hear us from afar, that if you have to have any conversations, that you maybe step outside and we can shut the doors. You can't hear me? All right. So, point made, right? So anyway, but welcome this evening, and we'll try to get through the agenda as we go here. So with that, Cindy, roll call, please.
Thank you. Mayor Turley, Gary Brevetto.
Here.
Bob Carlson.
Here.
Terry Harrison.
Here.
Carol Harvey. Here. John Schaefer. Eric Smith.
Here.
Thank you.
And would all of you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. So our first item on the agenda this evening is under ceremonies, presentations, and appointments, is an appointment to the Board of Adjustment Committee. And for that, we'll turn to our city clerk, Cindy.
To recap for the viewing audience and the audience that's here tonight, on September 12th of last year, Victor Smith resigned from the Board of Adjustment as an alternate member as he moved from Woodland Park. And the position has remained vacant, and the staff has continued to advertise for individuals interested. On April 16th, the city clerk's office received an application from Stacy Licklider. Does that name sound familiar? Who is interested in serving in this position as the alternate member on the Board of Adjustment. We included a copy of our application with your packet materials, again for your review. And Stacy, are you here? Stacy you said she would be here.
Couldn't find a parking spot.
Maybe.
Just move along.
Well, she is interested, and perhaps she will arrive a little bit later. We could take a look at that, and if not, we'll contact her tomorrow to find out what happened.
Okay.
Okay?
So we have one spot open for an alternate position.
Correct.
Okay. I guess the applicant is not here yet. What does council prefer to do? We could move forward with this item, and
We need to move forward, set it aside, and she might show up before we start into the meat of the agenda.
Perhaps.
We can see.
it's really up to council. I mean, I see that we have a person that wants to fill the spot, and we only have one, so we could move forward.
I move to accept the nomination of the applicant.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to accept the applicant for the Ms. Licklider for the open alternate position. Cindy?
Thank you. Brevetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
All right. We have another appointment, PPACG Citizen Advisory Committee. Cindy?
Elizabeth, are you here? Great.
She is.
Good. The Pikes Peak Area Council of Governments Citizen Advisory Committee, Woodland Park has a representative space. They have a monthly meeting, and for the past several years, Gary Ritchie, former city council member and a good election judge for us, since his retirement, has served in that position and feels it's time for someone else to step forward. That person would be able to advise this committee about Woodland Park, about what's going on in Woodland Park, etc. We have advertised and done some recruiting, and we have received Elizabeth Nykamp's application. She is here, and the position is, as I said, once a month meeting down at the PPACG offices. Elizabeth, would you step forward and maybe answer any questions that council may have? The process is appointment to the position. We give an oath of office, and then we notify PPACG so that they will be able to contact her directly. Thank you for your interest.
Absolutely.
Thank
Good
you,
evening.
Elizabeth.
Hi, Eric.
Hello.
Good evening, council members. My name is Elizabeth Nightcamp. I'm a registered engineer. I'm a registered engineer for this city, for the state of Colorado Springs, and I work for the city of Colorado Springs as a review engineer, similar to some of the duties that Bill has here. So I would be honored to help you guys out and see what I can do, and hopefully the gentleman leaving the position could help me out as well. I also know Kathleen Krager very well. I don't know if any of you know her, but she is the city traffic engineer for the city of Colorado Springs. So I do go down there, and I work just blocks from Chestnut, which is where these meetings are held. So if you would like to have me help you out there and anything I can do for the city. I don't live within the city limits of Woodland Park. I do live up off of Edlow and Elk Park, between the two there. And so I do live in the county, right behind the new hospital. So if you have any questions for me.
And Cindy, it is not a requirement for the applicant to live in the city limits, correct?
That's correct.
Any questions of Elizabeth?
No, I think we got a ringer.
Yeah. Let's just say thank you.
Absolutely.
Just because Kathleen's my best friend down there. So.
And I'll make a statement. Elizabeth, I've known Elizabeth for a number of years, and both in a professional as well as a personal capacity. Elizabeth has reached out to me, and we talked on a couple different occasions on ways that she could plug in and help the city, even though she doesn't live in the city. And I asked her to get a hold of Cindy or send an email or whatever, the two of them connected. And I said, you know, we have some different committees that you don't have to be a resident to sit on. And in fact, I think, you know, having some diversity on our committees makes sense. You live in the city, or you work in Colorado Springs, obviously very close to PPACG, so, and you have a background. So I think you're an outstanding candidate. Thank you for coming forward, and I look forward to you attending the meetings and coming back and briefing us. And is there any other comments from anyone else?
That sounds like a pretty good motion. I mean,
I'd make a motion to accept Ms. Nightcamp for the PPACG Citizen Advisory Committee.
second.
Motion and a second. Cindy?
Thank you. Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Brevetto?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Elizabeth, if you'll stay there.
So raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Elizabeth Nightcamp,
I, Elizabeth Nightcamp,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Colorado
and of the state of Colorado
and the charter and ordinances of the city of Woodland Park,
and the charter and ordinances of the city of Woodland Park,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of member of the PPACG Citizen Advisory Committee,
as member of the PPACG Citizen Advisory Committee,
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, and thank you very much for accepting the volunteer service.
Eric, do you have a pin?
Sure. Hey, William Clark. All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, moving on to item number 5. We normally skip over this, but I understand that we're going to move a few things around on our agenda this evening.
Thank you. We do not have any additions, deletions, or corrections, but we will be hearing Resolution 757 and 758, along with holding both of their associated public hearings following the consent calendar. Please recall that the consideration of these items was tabled on the May 16th, 2013 agenda. to this date and time in order to, for the staff to have more time to go through all of the parts and parcels of this project and this request. So 10A and B will be heard at item 7.
All right.
Thank you. No motion is needed.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 6, consent calendar. There are 6 items on the consent calendar this evening. Any discussion from council? Yes, sir?
Yeah, I have questions about 6E and F.
Okay?
The first one, E, which is to approve the construction agreement between the city of Woodland Park and the contractor to proceed with that work. On the notes I made here. It indicates that in the budget, we had $650,000 budgeted for this project, $400 from the city and $250,000 from CDOT. But the recommended action is that the approve the construction contract with Purgatory Valley Construction is presented and authorize the mayor to sign said contract and authorize the city manager or public works director to negotiate and approve change orders up to an amount not to exceed the contract budgeted amount of $730,000 plus 10%, coming to a total of $803,000. So if our budget is $650 and we're up at $803,000, what's the story?
I'll begin the discussion, Bill, and I'll ask for some input from you if necessary. When we set the budget, we did not have the full design. We didn't have the full costs. So as the design progressed, there were components that were not incorporated in the initial construction estimate. The delta between that will be filled with, from the 410 fund. We have sufficient reserves to handle that difference. That's the explanation. The low bid was, as you saw, and it exceeded what the original estimate was.
In the design, what was the original budget estimate based on? I mean, any degree of design there?
Bill, I'll let you take it from here.
Yes, there was a degree of design, and some things changed. Some additional length of pipe needed to be included, and some transitions as we got to the confluence with the main stem, and then some connections for some local capture of drainage and all.
So there was some changed site to conditions then, or something that required this?
Refinement of the design, yes. Realizing the budget was done almost a year ago, when we were in the design process. We finished up the design process late this winter, and have been working here through this spring to get that design finalized.
Okay.
But the bottom line is that there is no impact on Goldstein Reserve.
No, we will utilize the reserve to make up that difference, but we have a sufficient reserve to do that.
Is CDOT paying their proportional share of this? Or?
No, CDOT made a one-time commitment for the project, and so their commitment of $250,000 is firm.
Is that
It is.
Okay, the next one was the Memorial Park. You're requesting that we approve a master plan design project in the amount of $24,320. Your factual finding states that the Memorial Park redevelopment master plan design and construction project is in the 2013 budget in the amount of $80,000. I recall during the goals and objectives discussion, we had a line item there for $80,000 for Memorial Park, and I certainly supported it. But I went through my budget, and I can't find $80,000 for Memorial Park at all in the budget. So could you please explain?
Sure. Kelly, I'm going to turn to you for help. I thought I saw you here earlier. I'm here. Okay. Did you hear the $80,000 for Memorial Park?
I did. And
It's in the RLF.
that is in the RLF. If you look in the budget message section of your budget, in the summary sheets that balance the budget and show in the summary sheets, behind the summary sheet for the general fund is the RLF, and you will see the Memorial Park item in the listing for this year's budget.
So let me just talk about the quantities for just a second. As when we had our goals and objectives, it was the desire of council to slide $80,000 in there for some unidentified improvements. We had removed the antiquated and dilapidated tennis courts, and we thought there was an opportunity there to do some park improvements. As the discussions with council progressed, we realized that let's get a master plan first so that we're not building something that gets removed later on. We didn't change the amount that was in the budget. We had a competitive bidding process for the master plan. The bids came in significantly lower than the $80,000. We'll complete the master plan process, and if we can, we'll utilize those funds to begin the design process.
David, can I interrupt for 1 minute? I've had a request from the audience to ask the council members to please speak directly into their microphones. People are having a difficult time hearing. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I think I was, but is it on?
It is.
You just need to pull it closer.
If you get closer and talk close to the microphone, it really does help with the volume and helps the folks hear you and understand you better. Thank you.
Bob, did you have some other questions?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Okay, because here it talks about that the Memorial Park redevelopment master plan and design and construction is in the 13 budget in the amount of $80,000. So that's supposed to include construction too.
It was at the time that we did the budget, we weren't certain what that component, that $80,000 was going to be used for. As an example, it could have been used to design or to design and construct a restroom facility. We weren't sure what we wanted to do. We wanted to earmark some money to do some improvements. So what's going to be executed is the master plan, and the residual funding from that will just remain in the general fund for some future use associated with Memorial Park, if that's what council determines.
Yeah, I can understand the need for a concept design because I'm on the Park and Rec Advisory Board, and I know that we were supposed to come forward and say, what would we like to have in the park? But we haven't done that yet. At least I haven't. I wasn't at the meeting where it happened. And so, yes, I find it worthwhile to have a designer on board when we do brainstorm the need, what is it that we want to have there.
And that's exactly what this process will do.
Right, okay. But but you did say that the cost, the price there, the $24,000, was based on competitive bidding?
Yes, I think we had 7 applicants, 7 proposals presented.
Because I was concerned normally design is, as a fraction of construction.
Correct.
Is much lower. I mean, 24 divided by 80 was
and that's where
cents.
you can't make that same analogy with this. The $80,000 was an earmarked pot of money for some undetermined project. We've now set that concept aside in favor of getting a master plan that will lead to a design that will lead to construction.
Okay. Well, so since you had a competitive bid, I'm not really sure what they were bidding on, what the scope was.
We have master plans for many of our parks. I think you've been in my office and seen the master plan for Meadowood Sports Complex. There's work that has to be done to create that, and that's what this will do. It will take input from the Park and Rec Advisory Board, from Park and Rec staff, and using best practices for these kinds of parks, they will present a master plan to us.
Okay.
That then we can identify projects from.
I guess I'll just interject here. I mean, if we wanted to carry on a bigger discussion related to this, if there's other questions or whatever, we could always pull this off the consent calendar, move it to new business, discuss it at the end of the meeting if we wanted, or if you're satisfied. I mean, I think those are all very good questions. We can continue to discuss it here, but if I want to make sure you're satisfied, and I don't know if there are other questions that maybe have come up based on Bob's comments. All right, so Bob, we did get all your questions answered?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Any other questions on the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion to approve the consent calendar in a second. Cindy?
Thank you. Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Bravetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, moving on to item number 7 under unfinished business. As Cindy had mentioned earlier, we're moving items, what were listed on the agenda as 10A and 10B. We're moving those to 7A and 7B, so we'll move forward with item 7A, which is Resolution 757, setting forth the findings of fact and conclusions concerning the annexation petition for the Southwest Valley Annexation Plat 1, parcels 1 and 2 containing .88 acres. Before we get into this, I just would like to disclose that I had a couple phone calls. While this item is legislative, there will be other pieces of this case that will be quasi-judicial, and as council probably knows, maybe the audience doesn't know, but any item that's quasi-judicial requires that any information that's provided has to be provided in this forum. We cannot have communications, ex parte communications outside of a hearing. And so these are legislative, but it leads into a quasi-judicial type of case. And I just wanted to disclose that I had a couple phone calls. There was no information that was discussed that was pertaining to this case. I did return a phone call and let the person know that I couldn't talk to them. They called again today and asked a technical question or a question related to how these items were going to be arranged, and I did call back and left a message and said that they're going to be arranged as follows. We're going to move them up. So that was just a kind of an agenda item, so I didn't see anything wrong with that. I don't know if any other council members had any other discussions. If you have, I think now's the time to probably disclose that. Bob?
Yeah, I received one phone call. Received one phone call, and once I heard what the subject was, I said, I think that's quasi-judicial, and I said, bring it up in this forum, and I didn't discuss any further. Then I received several emails, and I didn't even open them.
Okay.
So for those that sent me those emails, this is the place to do it.
Right. Any other, thank you very much. Any other, and I guess, obviously I know there are a number of folks here to discuss this evening. As this process unfolds and goes forward, depending upon how that happens, I would just suggest that reaching out to the council outside of a meeting is not really something that should be done, and I would ask that maybe you hold on to that and please come to any subsequent meetings and voice your thoughts and concerns at that time. So thank you for that. One other item I wanted to mention to council, because this is, once again, it's legislative on these two items, but it will be quasi-judicial going forward, is that while we have electronic devices, and we all have those, I would ask council not to take any type of communication of any nature while we're listening to these cases on any electronic devices from anyone.
For the record, I turned in my electronic device. I use paper, and then I shred it and mix it into compost.
Okay. It could be, they could be sending them telepathically, though. Yeah. Bob?
I'd like to have a little clarification on your earlier remark about our citizens not contacting city council members outside of meetings.
On this case.
Oh, okay.
I meant on this
Clear,
case.
it's just on things, and we would be the ones to be able to say, oh, that sounds
Correct.
quasi-judicial, and say, can't talk about it anymore.
Correct.
But I still want our citizens to talk
Absolutely.
to us about anything they want.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That's a great clarification. So, thank you. Sally?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. As you mentioned, this is an item related to the Southwest Valley annexation. There are two plats associated with this, therefore two resolutions this evening, 757 and 758. Before we go into the details of the case, I did want to quickly review what is to be expected this evening for the proceedings. It will begin with the staff presentation, then the applicant will have an opportunity for their presentation. Council will be able to ask questions of the staff and the applicant. Then Mayor Pro Tem Smith will open the public comment portion. The public will have an opportunity to speak. Typically, those are about 5-minute, no more than 5-minute presentations with new information, but we do want to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be able to approach the podium, tell us your name, and let us know your address. Once that session is complete, then the applicant will come back to the podium and do their rebuttal. Council will have any final questions that you may have, and then you will roll into your portion for deliberations, where you will begin to express your opinions based on the evidence that you have received in your packet and what you hear this evening. The chair will encourage a motion. There will be an opportunity to discuss that motion by council. And just a reminder, there are 2 motions related to this case. So that's the proceedings for this evening. I'd like to let you know that our annexation process, we have first completed numbers 1 through 5. On April 4th, the council accepted 2 resolutions noting substantial compliance. That began the public notice process of 4 weeks prior to the first hearing, which is tonight. And then the staff drafted the annexation agreement, which you have a draft in your packet, and I will be speaking about the contents of that agreement this evening briefly. Notices were sent to the taxing districts, so they have had a chance to comment. We have received comments from Teller County, the school district, and the library district. And the Planning Commission held a hearing 2 weeks ago regarding the zoning of this property and recommended a recommendation that's in your packet. Tonight, as you all know, we are going to deal with the resolutions for finding of fact, and later we will deal with the first reading of the annexation ordinance and the zoning ordinances. The next step will be a public hearing on June 27th that will relate to the annexation ordinances and the zoning ordinance, should you agree to support the resolutions for finding of fact.
I have a question. Can we move on anything until we have actually annexed the property? Because until then, we can't do any zoning on something that's still part of Teller County. I mean, when we did Karis College, I thought we annexed the property first, and then we did a conditional use permit, rezoning, that sort of thing.
That was a different case because they were going through a planned unit development, and planned unit development zoning typically follows the annexation. With a zoning of this property, typically they will follow concurrently, and you do the annexation and the zoning together. PUDs are a different animal altogether.
But technically, we should do the annexation before we do the zoning.
And you will do that as a part, a function of the order with which they are on the agenda. So the sequence will be the rulings on the annexation, and then on the agenda you'll hear the zoning.
But what if the case where that we accepted the annexation but then didn't accept the zoning as a hypothetical?
You are required to zone property that is annexed within a 60-day period per the state statutes.
Right.
It works more efficiently if they are annexed and zoned together.
Sally?
So, thank you. Now we will begin. I'd like to share with all of you the aerial of this subject property, which is outlined in yellow and is located between Highway 24 and County Road 231. The contiguity is shown by the very solid type hatched area to the northwest of this area. And the state statutes allow for communities or city councils to annex property by jumping road rights of way, i.e. the highway on this. So the contiguity is gained with the property that is located across the highway and just to the northwest of this property.
Sally, may I May I ask a question on that? You could go back. So that little triangular piece, that's CDOT right away?
That is CDOT right-of-way, that is owned by CDOT in order to create the slope
Okay.
that was necessary for the widening of the highway several years ago.
Right, okay, thank you. Bob?
Yes, I do understand that when you do have a right-of-way between two pieces of property, if we were going to annex this property across the street from part of Woodland Park over here, we're allowed by state law to do that. But when they're skewed and they're not right across the street from each other, that seems to me to be a stretch of the understanding of the state law.
It is your prerogative to interpret the state law. It does not give us any specific guidelines as to how to obtain that contiguity when you jump highways or you ignore the highway in between. So there is no guidance in the state law as to exactly how that is interpreted. We believe this is a reasonable approach, and as you listen to the testimony this evening, you can continue to contemplate that.
Okay, so we'll hear testimony on that, and Aaron hopefully will chime in and say, yep,
Yes,
okay.
Okay, Sally?
yes.
Just to get my bearings here, is that in relation to some major structure? Where is that near? The hospital or, Cyrus Bible College or where? I don't.
The light, the intersection for Trout Creek Road is about a quarter mile just to the west of here. So this is, you'll get a better feel, Mr. Brevetto, when I show you the zoning map, and it will give you a larger perspective. Okay. The applicant has submitted 2 plats in order to gain contiguity for the entire 1.83 acres. The applicant, Mr. J. Baker of Teller County Waste, has a contract to purchase 2 properties, one of which is outlined in blue. This is owned by Donald and Beth McCarl, and the second property is shown outlined in blue as parcels A and B, which is owned by Carl Hirschbeck. And the plat number 2 obtains the contiguity for the balance of the property. This is a common series of annexations that's allowed by state statutes to be able to include an annex property in a series. You have in your packets a site plan of the entire tract. Should council agree that this property should be annexed and zoned into the city, then there is a follow-up of a site plan review and a conditional use permit. Mr. Baker is planning on utilizing the property for the maintenance and storage of his trucks and associated operations. He's also planning to establish a recycling center on this site that will be located toward the back of the property, and the access will be off of County Road 231. There's an existing welding shop on the site that will be utilized for the maintenance of the trucks. The trucks will access this property, be stored behind the building and into this area. They are proposing, right now they currently have 7 trucks. They're proposing not to have more than 12 trucks. This review of the site plan and the improvements that are being planned to mitigate potential impacts will all be reviewed very thoroughly with a conditional use permit. This property or use would be slotted as contractor services. The recycling portion is slotted as a special use permit, which also has 11 criteria with which to evaluate both the conditional use and the special use. The applicant will speak in more detail about this site plan and share with you what they anticipate on doing with the property should the council decide that this property meets the criteria for annexation. Now we have the zoning map. There is a request for this to be zoned community commercial. There are 5 levels of commercial uses in Woodland Park. This is a medium level type intensity of commercial as opposed to an industrial level or heavy service commercial light industrial portion. Community commercial on our zoning map is shown in the hot pink. Here is the subject property on County Road 231. So Mr. Brevetto, on this map, you can see the intersection of 67 and 24. The purple is Gold Hill South, and so this is just beyond the Red Rocks area, and this property is zoned community commercial next to the highway and is undeveloped. There is a home on this property, and then it is zoned in the back and along this portion where the contiguity is established as multifamily urban. To give you a feel for the existing property, here is the existing welding shop that has been there since the 90s. Before that, it was a muffler shop, so it has had a vehicle use and a fairly intense use. This is currently in zoned M1 in Teller County or industrial, and this is the area with which the access will be preserved for the trucks and for the rear area that is proposed for the recycling. I took a couple of photos from up above the highway, and so I can show you the perspective when you come into Woodland Park around the curve on eastbound Highway 24. The property sits well below the grade of the road and is really not visible by the traveling public. And then you can see that this was taken on a Sunday, so Mr. Baker was currently storing his trucks behind the building on the current site. The containers that are shown here is adjacent property that is currently owned by CDOT and leased to Waste Management, and it is also zoned industrial, and so Waste Management uses that property for this industrial use.
Sally, zoned as industrial by the county?
By the county, yes. These are a couple of views from County Road 231, and it shows the existing driveway that goes to the existing home on this site. That is being proposed to be changed to Mr. Baker's office, and an office use in a community commercial zone is a permitted use by right. The site plan shows that this access will be eliminated in order to control all the access away from the adjoining residential properties. This property is currently zoned A1 in the county. Now I'd like to review briefly the surrounding properties to the subject property. The home that is most immediately adjacent to the proposed office and storage yard is the Turner's home, and you'll hear from the Turners this evening. And they live on County Road 231. This is their driveway, which is quite a ways away from the curve and the entrance to the new site. To the south side of County Road 231, There's an intersection of Main Street, which is shown in the lower right. This house is on the corner of Main Street and 231. And then this home is further down Main Street, that's owned by Gary and Diane Allen. You'll hear from them this evening as well. These are all zoned R1 in Teller County and were platted as part of the Sunny Slope Acres subdivision. To the west and south of the subject property, I mentioned the CDOT property being leased by Waste Management for their container storage, and then across the street to the south is the Aspen Valley Ranch, currently zoned A1 in Teller County. So those are the surrounding uses. Now I'd like to move on to the compliance with the state statutes and findings. In order to determine eligibility for annexation, you will be evaluating first the contiguity, whether there is a community of interest, whether this area is urbanized or can be urbanized, and be able to be capable of integrating into the city. So to begin, I'd like to comment further on the contiguity being obtained that is shown on Plat 1, and then the series of contiguity through Plat 2. This is the Skyline South annexation, which abuts by jumping the highway and crossing the highway to this portion of the subject property. We believe this is a reasonable approach and that the state statutes do not provide the mechanism or guidance for the way in which property or highways are eliminated. As far as the community of interest, solid waste collection and recycling is a service that is critical to the needs of a community. We all generate trash. We all need to have efficient and adequate trash services to our residents. It is not unusual to have these types of services within cities. I want to emphasize that this is not a transfer station. This is for the ability for the trash trucks to be able to be stored and park on this property. There will be no unloading of these trucks. They will be unloaded at the landfill down in Colorado Springs when they're full. They will purely be stored at this site. The recyclables is an important service to our community. When we did have the recycling at Walmart, it was well received and well used by the community, and so that is an important sustainability aspect that has been identified and was well used when it operated at Walmart. As far as the area being urban or can be urbanized, there are existing water and sewer mains in County Road 231, so that this property can tie into the water and sewer. That is one of the benefits and motivation for Mr. Baker to petition for annexation. Currently, the property is served with water via cisterns and with sewer via the septic systems. It would be better to have this property with municipal services for that that capability. The access to the property is provided by County Road 231 to US Highway 24 at a signalized intersection at Trout Creek Road. This is how the trucks come and go on a daily basis. They do not go toward the northeast. They only go toward the southwest to the signalized intersection, And many of these things can be, limits can be required as part of the conditional use permit and the special use permit.
Question? Will you be addressing the water usage a little bit later in the briefing, especially like how many taps will we have to give up for the use of the water here?
I can answer that now. The annexation agreement says that each building on the property will be required to purchase both a water and sewer tap. So there will be 2 commercial taps for this property initially.
But they're going to be washing down their trucks and things like that. That's consuming an awful lot more water than a residential tap.
I think the applicant will be able to speak to that when they have the opportunity to address the council and let you know how they plan on doing that. Because I'm sure he's well aware of how much water he uses since they have to haul it in now and use a cistern. Okay. The comprehensive plan map identifies this property as neighborhood commercial, which is compatible with a community commercial and a less intense zone than industrial. As far as being able to be integrated into the city has the capability of providing services to this site. It will generate approximately $1,100 a year in property tax to support those services. With respects to the limitations in the state statutes, there are 8 of them. None of those apply to this property as shown in your staff report. And then with additional terms and conditions, the draft annexation agreement has been prepared, is in your packet, and that will be considered at the June 27th meeting or hearing. But I would like to share with you some of the content of the annexation agreement this evening so that you understand that we have been very careful about limiting the use and securing that use with public and private improvements. So to quickly review, there's a section in the annexation agreement dealing with the land use that states that the request is for community commercial zone district. That will be slotted as a conditional use permit for contractor services, vehicle repair, the special use permit for the recycling center. There are no assurances of approval of the CUP or the SUP at this time. The annexer acknowledges that the transfer of trash is prohibited on this site as a function of this annexation, and that with public and private improvements, those shall be financed by the annexer. They shall comply with the city standards for improvements. An example might be that there's a requirement for an additional fire hydrant for fire protection that will be installed at the developer's or the owner's costs.
Sally, I'm confused. When they say there will be no transfer of refuse, as recyclable material is collected, how is it transferred from the site?
Recyclable material will be transferred from the special container within the truck manually by the workers, or if you or I drive up, we will dispose of the recyclables. We do not consider recyclables trash. They are being used and recycled for future use. They are not considered as trash, nor are they considered as trash in our municipal code. As a security or a guarantee that these improvements will be accomplished, the applicant or annexer has agreed to secure those improvements at 110% of the cost. That will be provided to the city in the form of cash or a letter of credit or acceptable security. This was a suggestion that the neighbors had made to the staff. We thought it was a great idea, and Mr. Baker has agreed to honor his improvements by guaranteeing and securing those improvements. He has also agreed to remedy a questionable area on the plat. The surveyor is here this evening if you have questions about that, but it solves an issue that the Teller County was concerned about, that there may be some subdivision issues, and by transferring this questionable area to the owners of Lot 7 with a quitclaim deed, that clears up that issue. And within 6 months, the annexer is agreed to final plat this property, so the appropriate easements can be dedicated through the plat, and that we will have a legal subdivision as opposed to individual deeds for these tracts. With respect to water, we mentioned that the purchase of water taps for each building will occur. It's also required to pay a water development fee prior to the ZDP. That is in the amount of $2,000 per developable acre. There's also a section that says that there are no guarantees for future water services. So for example, if in the future he decides that he would like to construct another building and request an additional tap, but we may not have the availability to service that, then this covers that there is no guarantee for that tap. That's standard language that we use on plats for residential areas, so this is a little bit tougher for a commercial area. With wastewater, the section requires the purchase of sewer taps for each building. He agrees to abandon the existing septic systems and do that in accordance with the regulations for environmental health. And then there is an existing reimbursement agreement to be able to tap into the sanitary sewer line that was established when the Pikes Peak Regional Hospital installed the sewer line that goes to their facility. The other section, yes.
So with the hospital, they paid for that sewer line extension, probably the water line extension of the hospital too. And so any other users that come on to that, they would pay some proportional share of that
That is the case for the sewer line. The water line was actually installed by the city back in 1992, and that was in order to extend out to Westwood Lakes Water District.
The water line in this area, not for the hospital.
Okay. So we extended a water line out to Westwood Lakes even though they weren't in the city? Go ahead.
Kip?
The city owns water rights in Westwood Lakes.
Okay. So that's more bringing water into the city?
Yes.
Good for that.
Okay.
The annexer is required to pay for the annexation costs and other applicable fees. There's a number of miscellaneous provisions that are typically found in an annexation agreement, and 7, 8, and 9 are typical language for an annexation agreement. So thank you for letting me explain what's in the annexation agreement. Once again, this is not for your action tonight, but it's important for you to know what is the stage with which this is being set. I did want to share with you, after the annexation and zoning process, should we get that far, that the staff, when we received the request for the annexation and zoning, we tried to slot this in the most optimal way if we had decided that this were to be heavy service light industrial, like it is currently zoned or similarly zoned in Teller County, then contractor services are a permitted use by right. And there would only be a staff review and approval of that site plan and the application to complete the upgrade. Rather, we felt, was to use or select a zone, community commercial, that is a least intensive zone, but requires the applicant to go through the conditional use and the special use process, which then will have follow-up hearings with Planning Commission and City Council. This gives the public and the council the opportunity to replace conditions and help mitigate potential impacts to this site.
Before you switch that slide, Sally, I think it's important for the council and the folks gathered here this evening to understand this choice that was made so that we could absolutely have the input from the public so that the council could make these decisions, and the Planning Commission as well, with public input, as opposed to just doing a staff review.
Thank you. A bit masochistic, but thank you.
With that, I mentioned there are two motions. Those motions are to recommend approval of the Resolution 758, setting forth the finding of fact, and Resolution 757, and determining that additional terms and conditions be imposed substantially as contained in the draft annexation agreement. With that, I also wanted to mention that on your desk this evening there is a letter that I received after the packet was distributed to the council last Friday. It is from the Moeller Law Group on behalf of Larry Selecki, and he is asking for the issues that Teller County has raised regarding this annexation be addressed. The applicant is going to address those issues in their presentation. And if I could just take a moment to introduce to all of you Jay Baker and his wife. They are here this evening. And then his lead for his planning team is Tim Seibert of NES. His surveyor is Kevin Lloyd. His attorney is Bill Lewis. And then to lead the discussion this evening is a familiar face, Mike Perini. And so I would turn this over to Mike Perini next, unless you have any last questions.
Sally, do we have any heavy industrial zoning inside the city limits?
We have property up on Highway 67 that is at part of the Tamarack Tech Park that has not developed in an industrial fashion, but it is zoned heavy service light industrial. An example of property that is being used for manufacturing light industrial is the O'Keefe Ceramics facility off of Research Drive. That's zoned it. And then there's a small parcel south of town. It's not on the highway, but it is behind the UPass Sand and Gravel facility on the highway.
And one other thing, that triangle that CDOT owns, that's
Yes.
within inside our city limits.
No.
It is not inside the city limits.
Gary?
This may be an oversimplified question, but I'm a simple person, so I need to get some simple answers here. We're trying to annex a piece of property. What benefit does the city accrue by annexing this particular facility? I mean, they can build this facility as it exists right now, as I understand it, would it be in Teller County? What's the benefit to us to annex it?
Before Sally answers that question, I want to just, there were just a choice of words there that I want to clarify. You said we are trying to annex this property. We are not.
Oh, yeah, the applicant,
The
yes.
applicant is requesting
Right.
annexation.
Right.
There's a huge difference that I think folks need to understand.
Well, what benefit is it to
Sure,
the city?
that's the meat of the question.
To have
but
that
I
annexation?
didn't want to misunderstand.
Because that is an overall writing issue, obviously. How does it benefit us?
Well, what I might suggest is that we ask the applicant that, and then, if there's something more that you want to hear from staff related to that, there'll be another opportunity. I think that's a good question for maybe the applicant to try to address. Bob?
Yeah. As council knows, I'm all for annexing properties that are donut holes in the city council, city.
You're not going to reach any conclusions here, are you?
No.
Okay, because we got a long ways to go.
But this seems like we're creating a donut hole in the county. And so that, along with Gary's question, what's the benefit to the city for accepting this request?
We'll let the applicant do that. Not only the benefit, but the cost.
We'll further address that after you've heard the testimony from the applicant.
Yeah, I think it's important that we get the applicant to come forward. Obviously, that kind of gives them a heads up where a couple of you are thinking, and maybe they can address some of that, and then we'll have another opportunity to ask questions after that, and then, of course, we want to have the public comment period, and then we'll have another opportunity to ask questions, so I might suggest we move forward, hear from the applicant. So with the applicant or applicant's representative, please step forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Mike Perini. I'm a U.S. Air Force Colonel, retired. I live at 1150 Spruce Ridge Lane here in Woodland Park.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and distinguished City Council representatives, city staff, and members of the public. I'm owner of Perini & Associates, a full-service public relations and marketing firm that is proudly headquartered here in Woodland Park and has served a number of our businesses, special event coordinators, government, and nonprofits locally. I've been asked tonight by Teller County Waste to make a short presentation for the group in an effort to provide additional background and important facts that need to be heard by City Council members with regards to the annexation request. I will briefly cover these 4 areas. And Mr. Tim Seibert, that Sally introduced, will assist me during several sections of this presentation. First, I'd like to start with being sure that all of us tonight are aware of the history and Teller County Waste's dedication to local environmental stewardship. We're indeed fortunate that Mr. Baker's business serves our community, but also he's been trusted by other communities to deliver quality waste management programs and services as listed on the slide. We can assure members of City Council that his legacy of good stewardship and commitment to our community with annexation will continue. As you deliberate on this initial annexation vote, we would like to offer the City Council 3 additional facts to consider, some of those benefits that you asked for. First, the number of customers who reside in Woodland Park, over half of his business. Second, the results of the value of recycling to current customers, a huge wave of positive support. Third, the tie to the sustainability goals of the city. Your positive annexation initial vote and anticipated follow-on special use permit approval process will allow for property improvements, a very positive outcome for the local neighbors, and another strong demonstration of Teller County Waste's efforts to continue to improve our community with real action, and as you heard from the staff report, to include security in cash or letter of credit. I'd like now Tim to come up and talk about what you see on the slide there, those anticipated improvements.
Tim, before you get started, if you could state your name and address.
Absolutely. My name is excuse me. My name is Tim Seibert. I'm with NES Incorporated. We're a land planning and landscape architecture consulting firm based in Colorado Springs at 508 South Tejon Street, 80903.
Thank you, Tim.
We are here tonight. My specific role is to discuss the kind of the planning and physical features that come with annexation of the property. You can see on the slide is the conceptual zoning site plan that we prepared on behalf of this application to discuss some of the specifics on how the property will work. One of the things that Sally mentioned was sort of how the site currently operates. There is along County Road 231, which is here. There's the existing welding shop that has 2 overhead doors that access directly from County 231, and then there's a grade change that you saw in the photographs that comes up to a yard that's behind that existing building. The intent of this application and the physical modifications to the site to address and mitigate some of the issues are to try and keep all activities up and on the top level. There's several terraces of the property and screened from public view. As Sally mentioned, a new driveway or a consolidated driveway at this location will service both the daily operation of Teller County Waste. It's also the entrance for the recycling processing center or recycling drop-off center that would be coming up in that location. As trucks come in and out, as Sally mentioned, they would come out of the driveway, head out to Trout Creek Road intersection at the traffic signal, and go on their route as they move forward.
I just got one question before I get lost here.
Sure.
It says annexation comes with property improvements. Does that mean that if it's not annexed, that you would not do property improvements?
If we are not annexed, Mr. Baker currently operates on just one of these parcels today, and so he is subject to Teller County regulations at that time. There has been discussion with Teller County about special use permit previously. There are some technical issues relative to how the zoning code interprets the setbacks and other things that limit the ability to utilize that site. And so at this point in time, the improvements, the question ultimately becomes, will Mr. Baker be able to continue to operate on that property? If with the discussions with Teller County, there's the recycling processing use or the recycling drop-off use doesn't fit on the property with other uses that are contemplated.
So I meant to assume that if we don't annex it, that we'd lose a recycling capability here in Woodland Park. Is that a correct assumption?
At this location, correct, yes.
I think we need to clarify that. You already...
Hey, Bob.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
You already do recycling. You pick up... I'm a customer of yours. I hope that doesn't mean I have to recuse myself. But I noticed that we put our bag of paper and our bag of plastics and metal next to the big garbage can. You dump the garbage can in the back of the truck, and then they hand carry it and put it in the side, the recycling.
Correct.
I assume that truck goes to that place.
Correct.
And you take the recycling out, and you put it in the various dumpsters for the various types of material.
Correct.
And then the truck goes from there on down the mountain
Correct.
to drop off the trash. Okay, so basically you're currently doing recycling with curbside pickup. The only change would be the general public who doesn't get the curbside pickup, whether they're with Waste Management or something else, they could come there and drop off personally their recycling.
Correct.
So it's really a matter of increasing the capacity to allow the public to use that area.
Yes,
is that
is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
The drop-off area for the recycling is to the rear of the property. As Sally mentioned, there's a large embankment that you saw in the photographs along Highway 24. As was mentioned, trucks will park as well as employee parking along the edge here. I'll get into some specifics on landscaping and buffering screening in a minute. There are some drainage improvements that are also anticipated. Currently, there is an area drain at this location that would then drain into a proposed detention facility at this location that would use a sand line filter for detention and stormwater mitigation, and would detain that property and release at historic rates. Buffers and screening, you can see on the area on the map, the gray area is area that would receive additional landscaping and buffering screening that would provide some mitigation to the surrounding area. You do see this little stripe, if you will, running through the site. That's an existing roadway access, provide access to the property to the north. There's an easement that requires access be given to that user, property owner to the north. We'd be consolidating that access as well as the driveway access to the office to be coming down at this location adjacent to where the service bays are also located. The buffering and screening would be accomplished by building a 6-foot wall at the top grade of the service yard, with then a 6-foot screen wall to the top of that, with berming up against that wall and landscape planting that would then continue down that slope to try and screen it and meet the city. Woodland Park has high standards for landscaping and aesthetics, and this is a way to try and mitigate those impacts and bring the property up to city standards. As you saw in the image for waste management site that's immediately to the south where they store containers today, we have a limited storage area in this section of the property where only 7 containers are allowed to be stored on property, again, behind the fence and screen as was discussed.
Tim?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Can you just show me on that map where the buffer screen that is on the next slide, the
Sure.
cross-section is?
So this is the existing building. It's taller than the grade behind. The buffer screen would connect to that location, run along the property line around to here, and then turn the corner and tie back in towards the slope to the rear of the property.
Okay, so it would set quite a bit higher than the existing roadway there.
Correct.
County road.
The existing yard area here already sits probably 15 feet or more above the roadway, but then up on that flat terrace, there would be that buffer and screen wall that would be added and berming up against that to add additional height to that.
Thank you. Carol?
Yeah, my question was about the containers. I have observed those containers before. Would there be more, less, or the same?
On this site, probably about the same, only about 7. Obviously, you can see waste management site contains, fluctuates, I'm assuming, but many more. So about 7 at any one given time. That's the most that would be allowed, as we've discussed with the city staff.
Tim, I think we have another question.
Okay.
Just to go back to this issue.
Sure.
Am I to understand correctly that you would not be able to make these property improvements if you stayed with the county instead of annexation?
This property that is to the north of the currently zoned M1 site is not being utilized by Mr. Baker's operation today. And so the buffering and screening, the residential property to the east and that's currently zoned to the north, then we're achieving our buffering area in those areas. Today, the screening that does occur is limited mostly by the building that's existing today, as you saw in the photographs from Sally.
You mentioned very briefly that there were larger setback requirements for the county versus the city requirements. Is that one of the reasons to come forward for annexation?
The city, the reference, there's a reference in some of the comments from the neighbors about a 200-foot buffer setback. That's provided under Colorado Revised Statute sections regarding waste transfer stations and waste disposal sites, so landfills. The transfer station definition is very specific to refuse, and when there is a waste transfer station, a setback of 200 feet is required from residential property, residentially zoned properties. As Sally mentioned in the annexation agreement, this is not a waste transfer station. It's a contractor storage yard for storage of vehicles.
But we've already established that you're not going to be transferring waste here.
Correct.
The trucks take the waste down the mountain.
Correct.
And to a landfill down there. Is it the county is interpreting it a different way and saying, oh, well, your trucks are still going in there, so we still want a 200-foot offset?
The discussion with Teller County is they believe and continue to believe that Mr. Baker is running transfer station at this site, even though it's not open to the public. One of the comments and questions was moving of recyclables from the vehicle, and as you mentioned, Mr. Carlson, the way recyclables work with Teller County Waste and with many trash companies is there's a separate compartment in the truck vehicle that sits right behind the cab.
Right.
Recycled materials that are put out on the curb go into that special section. Refuse goes into the contained section for compaction to the rear of the vehicle.
Yes, I saw them do that.
And so that is a distinction. The material that is removed from the route truck that comes back to the site is only that section that comes through the door on the side of the vehicle where recyclable materials have been placed. All other refuse stays in the compaction section.
But it sounds like, too, that this annex, the additional property there is only for the recycling containers, where people can come in and drop their stuff off.
The recycling containers, recycling drop-off area would actually occur
right there.
In this area. Parking of vehicles would occur along the screen buffer. There would be employee parking up to the north end of the site with personal vehicles, and then just container storage on the back of the site. And then again, office use, which currently is not on the property today, would occur at this location. Then the current welding shop that's down on the lower level that accesses through the double doors, this would become vehicle maintenance area for Teller County Waste.
Do we have other questions, or Gary?
Just a follow-up. I don't know if I had my original question answered.
Okay.
I originally asked, would these property improvements be made if it still remained with the county? And I think I heard you say that if it still remained with the county, you probably wouldn't have this facility.
Maybe I would add one thing. We have an application and an applicant that's come forward that's asked us for annexation. Whether or not they could build this in the county or not, I don't know if that's necessarily germane to the criteria, that we have to evaluate.
I'm trying to get to the benefit of the city.
Okay. Well,
that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay. And what I might suggest is we can come back to that. I'd like maybe to let the applicant continue on, and then, Gary, I'm not trying to evade your question. Let's or squash your question. Let's come back to that maybe at the end and see if that hasn't been answered through the rest of the presentation.
If it's not, I will come back to that,
That's
because
fine.
I do believe it's germane to whether or not it's of benefit to the city.
I'd like to know that now before I go into a 2-hour presentation.
Well, let me try to maybe a point of clarification on this. If the property remains as it is, there's no requirement from the county for the applicant to do any of these improvements.
Right. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So did that answer your question?
That more answers it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the benefit to the city
But I
is
also heard that it's likely that he wouldn't even have this facility there if it remained with the county, which means we would lose the recycling capability.
but that isn't what's really up for discussion this evening.
Right.
I think the question of benefit to the city is absolutely a good question, but I'd like to give the applicant an opportunity that they can continue on, and hopefully they'll answer that, and if they haven't, we'll ask that question. Are there other questions related to where we are in the presentation? And if not, we'll let Mr. Seibert continue.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can, I'll try and be more direct and try to be brief, as brief as I possibly can on that. Will the improvements as discussed occur within the county? The question, obviously, with any land use item is complicated, but I would say that the answer is no. The improvements would not occur. There is a question on whether Mr. Baker can continue to operate on the site given zoning conditions on the property that exist under Teller County regulations. So not only would there be a potential to losing of the recycling processing, there may be potential loss of the business within Woodland Park or Teller County as a whole.
And that's where I wanted it to go. Thank you.
I apologize that I didn't answer it more directly previously.
Garbage collection.
Again, we talked about the container storage area road improvements. As you saw in the Teller County letter, there is discussion and question about the condition of West Street or County Road 231 and its structural capacity. We have engaged a geotechnical engineer, Terracon, and they are currently in discussions with the county on how many test boring sites that need to be done to evaluate the structural capacity of County Road 231. It previously has been mentioned it's been servicing as heavy industrial in the area for a while. For many, many years, there was a concrete truck or concrete plant there operating with heavy trucks. So we're going through that county road evaluation at this time to determine that. You saw in the annexation agreement that there very likely may be road improvements that will be borne by this application if it is annexed. And so that study is in process, trying to get all the issues and permits from Teller County in order to begin that analysis. There'll be traffic control plan and other permits required to drill the road.
Carol?
Is it appropriate to ask at this time whether or not the building that's currently called the welding building has the capacity for large vehicle maintenance in terms of waste disposal?
There currently is a oil water separator that exists inside the building to handle anything that might drip on the floor. Any materials or fluids that are contained during that operation are stored into a separate container that are then disposed of by a third-party contractor to come and remove that off-site.
How many vehicles are currently maintained there, and how many do you anticipate being maintained?
As was mentioned under Sally's, there are 7 vehicles today. That includes compactors and roll-off trucks, where the large roll-off container comes in, with the provision for only up to as many as 12 at maximum. And so there is a routine maintenance that occurs of the vehicles today that would occur on site. Very large maintenance things can be contracted out, and vehicles can be taken to other locations if necessary.
Okay. Thanks.
Bob?
When we annexed the Sturman property, we also inherited a mile of Trout Creek Road. Is this road going to also become part of Woodland Park, or is that going to remain Teller County?
At this time, and the annexation does not anticipate annexing any of County Road 231. Again, wanted to address a few items that were contained in the Teller County comment letter. Let's see, make sure I have it here. That was dated May 6th. One item that Sally discussed was the area of questionable title. When the annexation and survey was conducted, there was an area in which an error at some point in time on surveying within the Sunny Slope Acre subdivision or within the parcelization of this land created an overlap of a legal description. And I'm probably doing this an injustice, and I can have Kevin Lloyd, our surveyor, come up and discuss it. But in that process, there became an area of questionable title, which means Lot 7 believes through their plat that they own to this property line. The McCarl property and their legal description says that they own to this property line. So there's an overlap in title on the legal description. And I would submit that that error or that area of questionable title actually extends in both directions relative to how monuments were set out in the field many, many years ago. As a condition of an annexation plat, we did not include within the annexation anything that's in the yellow area that I'm depicting on the screen. So the annexation plat does not include any areas of questionable title. As a condition of the annexation agreement, you'll see that that area is subject to, with approval of the annexation, would quit claim, meaning it would give up all rights to that property to the owners of Lot 7, and they would be made whole with no question on recovery of that ground in the future. So they would relinquish, as a part of this action, any rights to that area of questionable title. It's actually quite a large area. It's 30 feet, so it's a pretty substantial piece of property that has that overlap. Yes.
Is there a fence marking the boundary right now?
A fence? Are there any improvements? No. No.
So that's just plain open land?
It's just open.
Does this set any precedent for the people that have boundary problems above and below that point?
I don't believe it does. Typically, to resolve an area of overlap or this questionable title, you'd go through a quiet title action or a court decree to resolve ownership, and you'd go through a evidence-based analysis of how the property was platted and subdivided historically, and a judge would then determine who has right to what.
So you're avoiding all that by just having a quick claim.
And so the applicant is saying, we will relinquish all title claims to that property and resolve it. Any other portions of that you get to resolve are between the two property owners where that overlap occurs. As Sally had mentioned, one of the items within the Teller County letter was discussing the contiguity. I think that our review of state statute is consistent with what the city identified, in that there is no mechanism within their state statutes that define how you jump right of way. In this particular case, as was depicted, the current city limits, the boundary line faces the property. And that contiguity that was gained by that extension of that is the mechanism in which this application and petition was brought forward. Teller County submits a different mechanism for determining how contiguity should be gained when you cross a right-of-way. Their description is basically a collapse of the right-of-way. Pretend it doesn't there and smash it together. And then does it get contiguity? That is another mechanism that can be used. The challenge is, if you take Highway 24 away, do you take it away everywhere or just outside of the city limits? And so which way, it's a big horseshoe. Does it smash north and west? Does it, so there's no direction or guidance under state statutes. That is a determination by the municipality on how contiguity is gained. And we provided the analysis of contiguity by the fact that the aspect of the existing city limit lines faces towards this property. Extension of those lines gains that contiguity as discussed.
I think Carol had a question.
Have we collapsed that right-of-way in any other contiguity question in anywhere else in the city limits? Have we ever done this before?
We jump right-of-ways all the time, and it's not always a right-angle jump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where in particular? Can you recall?
You know, I'd have to study the zoning map and then give you, I may have done 15 annexations in the 10 years that I've been here.
Mm-hmm. But you have had to
to
do this before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Bob?
Yeah. When I first saw that, I thought, in my mind, you're going perpendicular to the center line of the highway to the nearest boundary of where the city is, and then where that line goes across the highway, that's contiguous. But when you're going kitty corner, that raises a little more concern. I mean, it's really what we're doing is going kitty corner, and so it'll have to be something we have to consider. But is there any, Aaron, I mean, I thought I mentioned this earlier, that I might want your opinion on it, based on case law somewhere in the States. I mean, where elsewhere in Colorado have they've done this, whether collapsing is
the way to do it, or the way we're doing it?
There is, again, just to repeat for the third time, there is no mechanism in state law that includes case law as well as state statutes.
Okay.
So it is, as you say, and as was mentioned by both the applicant and Ms. Riley, it is an issue for the council to address. I will tell you that state law is very clear that when you do address annexations, you create policy on an annexation by annexation basis. So to the extent you're ever concerned about the precedent you're setting or the prior precedent, and I know that that wasn't necessarily where Councilwoman Harvey, where your question went, but I did want to allay that concern.
Okay.
State law is very clear that you can set your policy annexation by annexation.
Tim?
Another item that was asked in the letter is regarding the community of interest, and we've spent some time on that. Clearly, we believe that one clear community of interest is providing the ability for the recycling drop-off center within the city limits. Also, maintaining a competitive arena for waste pickup within the city limits is also positive for the community as a whole. As an urbanized area, as Ms. Riley indicated, it is something that you have to have. It's a necessity of life. We believe that Teller County Waste will be a good community citizen and a good corporate citizen within the city limits, and to that end, we believe we meet that community interest, and that's up for debate this evening as well. Also, there is a discussion in the May 6th letter about a typographical error in the legal description. They are minor typographical errors that were made that the question of the property in question for annex was never determined to not be the correct property. It was a typo in typing the legal description. We've remedied that with the city. We provided corrected legal descriptions of a few minor typographical items. Kevin Lloyd can address that if that is wanted to be discussed further. In West Street, County Road 231, we talked about the pavement analysis and the road structural capacity that is occurring. And then in the mitigation of impacts, we've talked a lot about the buffering and screening, trying to keep the operation accessing 231 as far away from residential properties as possible, adding that screening, improvements on the property, including stormwater management, access to city water and sewer, provide for more stability on the property, to truly keep it a good, viable parcel long into the future. There were a couple items that aren't on the screen that were asked in previous discussion of staff that I'd like to try and address briefly if I can. One was water use and washing of vehicles. At this time, Teller County Waste does not wash any vehicles on the property. They have an account with Car Wash in town. They utilize that car wash to wash their vehicles, and if they need to wash out any roll-off dumpsters, they would do it at that location as well. So none of the water use on the site will be used for washing of vehicles.
So you would have normal water use, tap in the bathroom,
a bathroom,
in the office
washing
or something.
hands, correct.
Right, okay.
And we'd have that in both the office use as well as in the shop building.
And that's a condition that will continue?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
No washing of vehicles on the property. I wanted to make sure I described the recycling process. I did that during my presentation as far as how curbside pickup is done. Lastly, one of the questions was, what is the cost? I'll speak for the improvement side of the proposal, and that is the cost borne completely and solely by the applicant. not only for improvements on the property that will be discussed in detail at the conditional use and special use permit review, but also any improvements within the public right-of-way, extensions of water lines, the reimbursement agreements, any improvements to the road itself that are required, all are borne solely by the applicant. And so from a cost of operation, I guess from a city standpoint, would be a question of police security, other services that you might provide in that location. As was discussed at this time, County Road 231 is not proposed to be annexed.
Well, we're on the slide with Teller County comments. Are they positive? Do they have any objections to the city annexing this property, do their opinions count in that regard? If we want to annex something, can we do it unilaterally, or is there something that would block us if Teller County raised those issues?
I can sure give you my opinion. I'm not sure my opinion counts under that analysis. Maybe
Aaron?
Sally or
Okay.
Sally, could you address that, please?
Well, actually, I mean, to me, that would be an appropriate question. Counsel for the applicant is present, and I think counsel for the applicant should address that.
Okay. Annexation policy, as written in Colorado Revised Statutes, is a sole discretion at the city. It's a legislative action. You get to choose whether you want it or not. To that end, Teller County has been notified, also by statute, as Sally underscored the process that was undertaken. The decision to annex the property or not and/or require additional mitigation or other items is also the purview of council to make that decision on what's appropriate. I think that Teller County the Teller County comments, as identified in the May 6th letter, raise questions on whether they think it is appropriate to annex. We believe and are here today proposing annexation because we do think it's in best interest of the city long term. We think it's a logical step given utility extensions that exist in the area and can be a benefit to the community as a whole. That community of interest and the benefits to the city, as has been discussed in multiple times through the presentation, is a discussion that's left up to council at that time. We believe that our application creates a positive business, a opportunity for a positive service within the community, and therefore we believe it is of interest of the city to annex the property.
I realize these are getting into legal issues, whether it's Aaron or your own legal counsel, but I understand that there's a lawsuit by the county on this operation here. By annexing this property, would it make that moot? In other words, it would go away? Or what? How does that happen?
Sure. There is a lawsuit filed by Teller County identifying that the property is in violation of county codes and a previous lawsuit that was provided or was done in 2004, I believe, when there was a waste transfer station operated on the site. You were able, as a general public, to come in, put your trash on the site, and it was then containerized and driven away. The lawsuit in 2004, the court decree identified that a transfer station is not permitted on the property, and the operation had to cease. As I understand that, and I can ask Mr. Lewis to come up and clarify that as our counsel, that the lawsuit that is pending today is relative to their belief that a transfer station is still in operation. And I'll turn it over to Bill to elaborate.
Bill, please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, council. My name is William Lewis, L-O-U-I-S. I'm an attorney from Colorado Springs with the firm of Flynn, Wright, and Fredman. I believe our address is 111 South Tejon, Suite 202. but don't quote me on that. Thank you. We're not exactly sure what Teller County is asking in the lawsuit. I will give you my opinion, and I've asked Teller County to tell me in plain English, what is he doing wrong? They haven't told me. My opinion is they're coming after him because his drivers are doing exactly what Mr. Carlson observed, taking the trash out of the vehicles and walking them
And
to
it's
the
not
other.
trash.
Not trash, recyclables. Whoa, thank you. I won't charge you for that one, Jay.
You can pay me.
Taking yeah, you can send the bill to you. Taking the bagged recyclables from the route, taking them out of the special compartment, and storing them in another truck. And then I believe at some point in the day, someone employed by Mr. Baker takes a finger, presses a button, and it compacts it down for storage until it's ready to be taken to the recycling center. That is what I think Teller County is alleging. If you were to read the multi-page complaint, you, however, will not see that description anywhere in the complaint. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
In your opinion, legal opinion, then, would annexing this property then put it under our codes and everything, and therefore it's no longer their business, it becomes moot?
I will give you the same answer I gave the Planning Commission 2 weeks ago, and that is, if annexation is approved, ultimately, which would not be tonight, but if annexation is approved, then I will immediately file a motion to dismiss with the district court, asking that the case be dismissed on the grounds of mootness. Now, there's a movement going around that this is being done to frustrate the county's codes, and I would be happy to address that question, but I think I'd rather do that after any opposition speaks tonight.
Okay.
Also, with respect to Teller County's comments from the county administrator, the county didn't state pro or con. The county did raise what I would consider to be technical concerns, statutory concerns, in other words, and policy concerns. The policy concerns, as Mr. Siebert pointed out, can be addressed in the conditional use. The statutory concerns, I think, deal with the contiguous line extension, and I think that one of the reasons why there has not been case law on it is because since it's a legislative act, and as long as you have a rational basis, as Ms. Smith pointed out, you can make policy on a case-by-case basis. And so I think that's why you have an absence of case law on that issue. On the community of interest issue, the statute says that is satisfied by the 1/6 contiguity requirement. So the only way then you would not have a contiguity of interest is if 2 out of the 3 following factors are satisfied in the statute. And I don't have the statute in front of me, but I don't think you'll have any evidence at all that those are not satisfied. Therefore, I think there is not a community of interest issue. On the mitigation of impact issue, the statute mandates that report when the annexation is of 10 acres or more. And this is clearly less than 10 acres. That's why there is not, or at least there wasn't a mitigation report given to the county at the time. However, the conditional use review will address those policy issues concerning the road, concerning the drainage, what have you. Also, Ms. Harvey, you asked a question earlier about the containers that are stored on the property. Just want to point out, those are stored empty of trash.
Yes.
I didn't know if that was a concern or not. So it's just like what Waste Management is doing on the property next door. They're storing roll-offs. Those roll-offs are empty of trash. Mr. Baker is doing the same thing.
Are there any other questions regarding the site plan or technical issues that I can answer? If not, I'd call Mr. Perini back up.
I do have one, Tim, as it relates to the West Street, County Road 231.
Yes.
I mean, there's a pretty good stretch of road between Highway 24 and this location, and I guess I'm just wondering, as this sorts itself out, whether it gets annexed or not. It sounds like that's something the county's probably going to be looking to someone to finish your analysis and whatnot. I mean, is the applicant prepared to pave the road if that's what comes from the county? I mean, really, I mean, whether we annex it or not, I mean, that's still a county road, and I don't think that's something the city has any say in, whether, you know, we agree or disagree whether it gets paved or not, and that could be a fairly substantial cost.
I think the understanding that we have with the analysis is, one, determination of the road, whether it's structurally capable of handling the vehicle types, two, whether it meets the pavement standards as established by the county. So those are the two items that are, and I said Terracon, I'm sorry, I meant to say NTEC, is doing on our soil analysis to determine the pavement strength and the profile in which the road utilizes today. So, and as a part of the annexation agreement, it states that findings of the report and compliance with Teller County standards regarding road improvements shall be met.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Seibert?
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Tim. I know tonight is focused on annexation, but I think it's important to be reminded of the big picture. Again, those benefits, the recycling benefits for all of us. Could you dim the lights, please, so they can see the slides? What really is the potential outcome of this meeting is recycling. And the slide showcases here just some of the benefits that we will all enjoy. There are members in this audience tonight that are here to show council members that recycling is a quality of life enhancement that they would like to have close by and where they live and work. Having to spend time driving to Divide is not an effective approach for our citizens, especially for a city of 7,500 people and growing. As you know from the minutes of the planning meeting on 23 May, I was authorized to read letters from nonprofits, business leaders, and citizens in support of the zoning. Those same individuals are still, for the record, in support of annexation because of the long-term critical recycling benefits and needs and the business reputation of Teller County Waste. Tim, would you come back up here again and talk a little bit about how the recycling would work in that property? Okay, you left? Okay. You can see from the slide that the recycling facility, as we've talked already, would allow folks to drop off the recyclables. There would be restricted hours of operation. I think it's important to know that it's going to be fenced and monitored, and it'll be free of charge at this time. Also, the recycling operation will be single stream, which meaning they will not be sorting anything, any of the commodities on site. And you can see that it'll be in the truck that we've talked about, and there are no batteries, vehicle tires, or appliances will be accepted. And the recycling supervisor will manage the operation to ensure only acceptable commodities are accepted. Finally, we would like to have members of City Council be aware of the long-standing, safe, and relentless support that Teller County Waste has had an extremely positive impact, I might add, to citizens in our community. Time doesn't permit me to list all of Teller County Waste community outreach programs over the years, but Mr. Baker's team has an impressive list of removing waste and doing so at no cost to the organizers, but of significant financial impact to his business. For charities like Help the Needy, Senior Coalition, the Teller County Regional Animal Shelter, Habitat for Humanity, Community Cupboard Choices, the Boy Scouts of America, 4 Mile Fire District, Toys for Tots, and again, the list goes on. I'd like to read one letter that I was authorized to read from a citizen as an example of the positive impact that this business is having, another benefit for approval to move forward on the annexation. And this is from Michael Murray, 721 Woodland West Drive, to the Woodland Park City Council members. I wish to make 2 quick points. 1, Jay Baker has been a friend of this community for many years. As a volunteer for Habitat for Humanity, I became acquainted with Jay when he provided free concrete for the foundations of approximately a dozen new homes here in Teller County. He also disposed of our trash from the building site at no charge. 2, I believe recycling is not only environmentally necessary, but it increases the overall efficiency of waste disposal in Woodland Park and Teller County. The convenience of a, quote, close-in, end quote, facility will improve the participation in recycling and will therefore reduce the amount of material which must be transported to the landfills. I urge the council to approve the recycling center. You know, our most significant events that drive visitors to Woodland Park and business to our retail shops and restaurants have also benefited from Teller County Waste's willingness to give back to our city and county. And community support includes Woodland Park's July 4th event, which is coming up here shortly, Cripple Creek Salute to American Veteran Rally, and Mountain of the Sun Music Festival at Aspen Valley Ranch, which, as you know, is located very close proximity to Mr. Baker's property, and many others. For more than 2 decades, Teller County Waste has had a positive record of deeply caring about the quality of life for our families. This record includes countless sponsorships to youth sports and the environment in which we work and play. All of this good community stewardship needs to be part of the record. The bottom line, moving the annexation ordinance forward will be a benefit to our citizens and the environment here in our mountain community. We respectfully request your favorable vote on the resolutions, as this is a community of interest item, and we thank you tonight for your attention.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, we can ask questions if we have some additional questions for the applicant and or staff. The next phase would be to go to the public hearing, at which time the applicant would have the opportunity to come up and provide any type of rebuttal or comments. We could ask some additional questions, and then we'll, move forward with an action. So if there's some additional questions, Bob had his hand up first.
I just had one. I don't know if I heard correctly earlier, but I kind of wanted reconfirmation, or that by not doing this annexation, the limits that Teller County is putting on at this location really threatens your ability to do business or stay in business. Was that correct, or perhaps you can qualify that?
In my opinion, Teller County is trying to close down his business in its entirety. The reason why I say that is because in the complaint, they gave him 10 days to stop his business in order to come into compliance. But again, they didn't tell him what he had to stop doing. So the way I interpret that is they want him to stop everything and then apply for the special use. We would have preferred to have gone to Teller County for a special use for the one activity that I think possibly violates their code. And I actually don't think it violates their code, but if I was standing in their shoes looking at their code, I think it possibly could be interpreted that way.
So it sounds like I was reading between the lines correctly then.
That is my opinion. And if I could briefly add to that, well, I'll save it for later.
Any other questions?
Just one rhetorical one.
You want to say that now, or you want to save it until?
I'd say now, it's real short.
Okay.
I would assume that if we did annex, the facility would be changed to Woodland Park Waste, or?
A little bit of levity, that's a good thing. Anything else? So, I'll just throw this out. It's, we've been at this for 2 hours. I don't know if anybody needs a break or anything. We could take a quick break. We still have a full agenda. Otherwise, if we get into public comment, I've got 10 people or so signed up, and there may be others. Could go a while. So, what's the council want to do? 5-minute break? All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll return at 9 o'clock. Are we ready, Suzanne, or?
We are, we're live.
All right, okay. As we step into the public comment period, I just was reminded by Suzanne, and I guess we're getting some feedback, that we really have to lean forward and talk into the microphone, because otherwise they're not hearing us on tape, and it might be difficult out there as well. So please, let's try to do that. All right. So we've heard from the applicant. We're going to move forward to the public comment period on actually on both of the ordinances, or I'm sorry, the resolutions 757, 758, since they're related. And I'm going to go ahead. We've had a number of people sign up, and then after we've gone through the folks that have signed up, if there's others that want to speak on this, we'll offer the opportunity then. One thing I would note is we want to hear from everybody, and I would ask that try to be courteous. Typically 5 minutes is the maximum. If there's a point that's been made and you want to reiterate that point, that's fine. But try to be brief if you're reiterating a point, and so we can have an opportunity for everyone to be heard. So with that, I'd like to ask, we'll open the public comment period, and I'd like to ask Larry Selecki. I'm terrible with names, so perfect. So would you please come forward and state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Hi, Larry Selecki, 750 Bridal Drive. It's in the area of interest, I guess. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this. I'll try and keep to the 5-minute limit. It's tough to cover all the issues in a 5-minute soundbite, if you will, especially when they have a lot more time to present their side of the story. So my name is Larry Selecki. I'm a friend of the city of Woodland Park, and I operate quietly in our community, work locally, and don't normally deal in city proceedings. So that's probably, you don't know that as a friend, not too long ago, I donated about $10,000 to the city to cover a worrisome gap regarding the health and safety of our community citizens. As a result of that donation, we have AEDs in every police car that patrols the city, potentially saving lives every day. So the only reason I say that is because I want you to know that when it comes to community, I walk the talk, and I'm here for the community. So please take my following input as a friend of the city, though I am not one of a residents of the city of Woodland Park. I'm actually a county resident. As I urge you to vote against the resolution 757 and 758. So I'll start with the issues with the ordinance judgment. I'd like to direct you to the letter dated June 2nd from the neighborhood's legal representative, the Moeller Law Group. On the 6 items listed in that letter, 4 of them refer to serious inaccuracies of the judgment that is before you, which must be addressed before moving forward. There are title issues, contiguity issues, hey, I said it right, questionable survey accuracies, state setback requirements not being met, procedural missteps, inadequate 150-foot public notice, which in our neighborhood means about 3 people found out about this properly, undecipherable copies of photographic evidence, and clearly a lack of true community interest as agreed to by virtually every resident in the area of interest, because I canvassed them last weekend myself. Only one person was in favor. Secondly, there's an entire case of the unresolved county lawsuit, which this proposal seeks to circumvent, as one of the party's legal representatives identified in the last hearing by stating that if annexed, and I think he repeated it today, if annexed, they would immediately seek a dismissal of that case. I think that's circumvention. Since I am a county resident, I'm not happy that the city would actually undermine my personal government representation in this matter. So I urge you to allow the county to do what the local citizens in this area actually believe to be correct action by the county. Additionally, the city is not requiring an adequate environmental study. By definition, a Phase 1 environmental study based on ASTM standard E1527-05 is not meant to be a detailed, comprehensive investigation based on quantitative or qualitative analytic data. This is simply insufficient. In God we trust, all others must bring data. Lastly, one of the critical questions posed by the city planning department was never answered. That being that they asked for improvements be made to any found deficiencies following the environmental assessment. That actual answer was sidestepped and never answered in the documents before you. Now I'd like to move into the financial and planning area, overall project plan, if you will. And one good step of progress I would like to commend is the recent inclusion of the 110% escrow contribution. Sally, thank you for your input, or for taking our input on that. Unfortunately, there's no plan tying this to a financial figure or to the agreement itself. So what you have is 100% of zero, still resulting in zero commitment. So what we need to do is tighten up that for sure, so that we don't end up with empty promises. Also, from what I've reviewed so far, I believe the negative financial impact to the community outweighs the benefits of the proposal, and damages in the form of falling home values would accrue rapidly with an expansion of operations in this proposed facility. I have another concern having to do with the ability of the city with one part-time code enforcement official. Please keep in mind the county has more code enforcement officials, and the alleged violations of section 2.7.4B, 1.15B, 1.15C2. So I guess in that 800-page dossier by the county, there actually really is something in there after all. Lastly, regarding financial aspects, as a successful businessman, former Fortune 500 executive, I just don't see the overall business viability of this proposal. There are so many issues that we've been dealing with in 5-minute intervals, but I also learned in mentoring managers that work for me and things, don't just bring problems, bring solutions. So one that I would like to bring to your attention is a map, a zoning map from the city, and there is a perfect piece of property available for purchase today right here, and it's zoned at the same exact code level that is being proposed for you today. So it's 2.1 acres. It's for sale with a motivated seller at a modest price. It's located at 920 Spruce Haven, and it would be an ideal location for a Woodland Park recycling center, as opposed to one put somewhere down in this vicinity, Fort Teller County Waste, in the middle of county Indian country, I guess. So I would like to investigate this further. I have nothing against Teller County Waste. I'm actually a happy customer of theirs. Promote other small businesses in the area. I just think this is a bad deal overall. It's time to send it back to planning for rework. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Next on the list is Diane Allen. And Diane, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Diane Allen. I'm at 1098 Main Street in Woodland Park. And is it possible to pull up the actual plat map that shows the...
Sally can do it.
I think Sally can do that.
Yeah, so I can just, and that way when residents come up and talk, that they can point out where they live.
And that's fine. And please, for everyone, try to speak as much as you can in the microphone. So I know you're moving out of the way for Sally, but
That's okay.
just wait till she gets that up if you don't mind, please.
Just don't count it against my 5 minutes.
We won't. We won't.
I'll do the...
You can ask questions. If you
Is that what you were looking for?
No.
Or do you want the zoning map?
Oh, that's good. Well,
Zoning, please.
Zoning, please. Okay.
Bigger picture.
Yeah, it's got more.
Yeah, I think that would.
It doesn't.
Well, but
It doesn't
it's
show
really
them.
hard to, I would prefer the.
well, can you at least point on that map where you are?
Yes. I am right here. I am right here. I believe.
Right there.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Can you, speak directly in front of us. There you go.
My name is Diane Allen. I live at 1098 Main, and I just want to go on record that I am a staunch recycler. However, I'm not in favor of having a recycling center at the proposed site. The reason is that I am against this site is due to the ongoing violations that have been occurring for the past 13 years. I can't believe that Teller County Waste operating in the city will be a model operation after this history of noncompliance. And I think it's something you need to look at as well. As Mr. Siebert and Mr. Lewis pointed out, there is a court date set, and that date is set for November 19th, and there is a 4-day jury trial set. There are real violations, and I do have a copy if anybody's interested of seeing. This is the actual county paperwork. It's from the defendants are Carl Hirschbeck and Jay Baker, and the plaintiff is the Board of County Commissioners of Teller County. So if anybody wants to view that afterwards, that'd be great.
That's a list of violations?
That's
That
a
is
copy
the
of the
actual
complaint.
court. Yeah, it's the actual lawsuit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'd be interested what their violations are.
And it does list the violations. Yes, it does. Okay, on May 23rd, as you know, the City of Woodland Park Planning Commission unanimously voted to approve the needed zoning changes to permit Teller County Waste to operate this recycling center. This was in spite of a number of residents. I believe we had at least 10 also speaking against the proposal. And it was unanimously voted in, so we feel that our concerns were totally ignored. I'm hoping that's different here tonight. The recycling plant will be operating along with a current trash operation that's already in violation with the county, as we've pointed out. So I really, truly believe that Teller County Waste is hiding behind the mantle of recycling so they can continue to operate their trash business at this location. This makes the city planning director happy because, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand you were given a goal to have a recycling plant upon your hire here in Woodland Park.
Hang on.
Okay.
I would ask that you address the council
Okay,
and
sure.
not necessarily the audience or staff, if that's okay.
Okay.
So, thank you.
I can do that. Anyway, in addition, another reason I believe that the Planning Commission wants this particular property to be annexed into the city is because today I had a conversation with Julie Snyder at the Aspen Valley Ranch, which sits, I'll walk away, sits here. It's this large piece of property across the road. And she explained that the city's been having discussions with the Pikes Peak Community Foundation about building a sledding hill on that property across from Teller County Waste, which, by the way, is in my backyard.
A what?
A sledding hill. So, you know, like at Breckenridge and Keystone, they have where you go up the hill and you slide down with the tubes. So anyway, all to say, I just appeared that this annexation of the proposed parcels that are being discussed tonight is the first step in annexing additional property into the city. It's just my concern, okay? Financial. I'm with Gary Brevetto, is it? And I want to know what the benefit is to the city as well, because looking at it, there's going to be no sales tax generated. The recycling is free. Is that? No. From what I understand, the recycling's free. And so you're going to get a water and a sewer tap and city taxes, but I'm just wondering what benefit financially it is to the city, because that's all I see. And lastly, a number of studies have been requested, as was pointed out, road, drainage, and environmental. And if you would go to your city council staff report, that's before you at attachment C, it shows the applicant's replies. And as Mr. Siebert pointed out, JPS Engineering is supposed to be doing a drainage study, and Tech Engineering is supposed to be providing evaluation of the road. And another, I don't know who, but on page 4, those both are on page 3, by the way. Page 4 is phase 1 environmental study, which affects our wells. As you might know, all of Sunny Slope, we are on wells. We're not on city sewer or water. And so what I'm asking for basically is that you can slow down this process and wait till these studies are done, because it's my understanding that none of these studies are completed. And yet we're looking at a June 27th date to do this annexation. And my concern is, when I talked to Lisa Parnell, who is Sally's assistant, she explained to me last Friday that these studies take some time. They could be months out. So my question to you is, can we just slow this down? Can we just wait till these studies are completed? And also, better yet, wait to see how the pending court date with the county is resolved before moving forward. Before you all, you will see you have a petition with 76 signatures from the Sunny Slope and Gray Horse community. And we are asking you to prohibit the annexation of this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Are they have to ask them while they come up, or do we wait till it's all?
You can ask a question. I would just say, let's try to be brief. And
Okay. There seems to be some difference of opinion on whether or not the suit itself lists the non-compliant issues. Could you at least give me one non-compliant issue
sure.
from that?
Okay, one. Waste-related uses are only allowed in the M1 industrial heavy industrial zone. You got to remember, he's operating on several. You've got an Ag 1 piece there, and you got an M1. So they're saying that there's zoning violations due to unlawful erection, construction, and reconstruction of use of any buildings or structures in violation of the zoning regulations. Basically, what it comes down to is that the county has a number of regulations that he would have to address by providing a site map and doing all the things that he's doing with the city. It's my understanding that they never received that. And so that's part of why there's all these, but there's a whole list. Do you want to go into more? Yes, Gary.
Just a point of clarification, I'm trying to figure out what you want us to do. On the one hand, you say you want us to slow down the process. On the other hand, you want us to disapprove the annexation.
Well, I said at the least case, slow it down. But we would much prefer that you stop it.
That was one of your other points, and one of my first questions this evening on the subject was, can we separate the annexation from all the rezoning things? And they say it's more efficient to do it at the same meeting.
Exactly.
But there's nothing to preclude us from annexing the property, and then once all these studies are done, then giving the conditional use permits and zoning and that sort of thing. Is that not correct?
By statute, we have 60 days to zone a property once it's annexed into the city. So I don't think that's necessarily a question to ask necessarily to this.
No, 60 days.
No, not to the speaker, but
Right.
within that 60 days.
Well, go
within
ahead.
this, if in fact we approve the 2 annexation resolutions and we must zone within 60 days, it could be a more generic zoning.
It could be agriculture, I guess.
Yes.
So, and I think that's something we can maybe debate when the time comes.
I was just trying to satisfy your concerns about delaying some things, and that's 60 days.
Right, yeah, I think they kind of all go together once the wheels are in motion, whether it's the zoning gets delayed a little bit or not. It's a pretty short period of time. So.
Well, my concern is I was told it would be months before the studies would be completed. So.
Right, we understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gary Allen. And please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Gary Allen. Live at the same house as she does, 1098 Main Street, which is directly downhill, and I do mean downhill, from the Teller County Waste site. Unlike Teller County Waste, I don't have a PR person here, so you're stuck with me. This is not about soccer teams. This is not about support of community events. This is about trash and annexation, and that's it. The real reason behind the push of this is to avoid the trial. And as Mr. Baker's attorney already said, if you get it annexed, we're going to go in the next day and say, let's get rid of the lawsuit. This is like a convict running to another country to avoid prosecution. I, along with the county, questioned about the 1/6 contiguous property perimeter. If you figure it out, it's less than 1% margin of error, which I did not see on the map, by the way. I'm trying to skip over a few things I've already stole my thunder from. I do agree that addition of the recycling center is a cover to allow trash trucks and porta pots to sit on that property, and these trash trucks are storing trash at times. And I'm sorry, but if you lived in our area, you wouldn't like it either. I have concerns about the recommendation of the zoning. How is Teller County Waste, and you saw the picture of it, similar to Walgreens, banks, auto parts stores? I don't see the similarity. These are heavy trash trucks. They're not pickup trucks. These trucks go in and out all the time. Also, I would propose that, looking at another state statute, that states that a recycling center and combination, and again, we're on the gray line, I guess, about the transfer, you cannot have a single entrance for both heavy trucks and community vehicles to come into. And we have it in there if we need it. We were told that the reason this recommended to commercial community is because it would only be a 75-foot setback for the bins and stuff, and that way they wouldn't fit the description. State says 200 feet, as you've already heard. I contend that one reason why it's not being pushed as a heavy industrial area is because your own specs state you'd have to have a 50-foot yard in the front, which means you'd wipe out the welding shop in the beginning and move you back. This land would be landlocked since there's no city roads to access the site. To me, this contradicts what Sally said earlier, that this land is capable of being integrated into the city. I don't think hooking up sewer and water is simply meets that requirement. We already talked about the roads. It's going to increase traffic. Again, it's a county road, so you guys don't have any clout as saying, well, this has to be fixed or anything else. It's all up to the county. However, my primary concern is the environment. This facility, when it was first granted temporary use permit, nothing was required of them to study. No studies were done about environment at all. Now you're talking about making a permanent facility. We have, as you heard, we have wells, everything else. We're downhill from it. So, and it's one of the highest points in the area. So we're obviously going to get runoff, could affect our wells. It's going to go into the Gray Horse where the drainage ditches end up at there. How does it affect wildlife, anything else like that? We've been promised a long list of items that will be required, but I have not seen a single thing in writing where the city and Jay Baker has signed off on. This is a unique business that should have a long list of rules and regulations. And right now, there is zero for any kind of facility such as this. How can you hold Teller County Waste to anything if nothing is in writing prior to this approval? Also, there's no timetables that could be held against there. He was given opportunity years ago to make changes to upgrade the facility. He did like one thing, I think it was. Regardless of what the city requires, we're in the county, and the state requirement is what we go by. So there's a legal issue. Our county says 200 feet. If the city annexes it, says 75 feet, there's still a legal issue there that has to be determined. We were being told by the city will support us with oversight of the facility, but we feel our feelings are being overlooked in the meetings we've had previously. I ask that you put yourself in our situation, and I believe you would be sitting here with us, listing your grievances as well. I cannot see how this move would be considered smart growth, as the sign states as you drive in 24 just before you get to City Market. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Guy Burgo. Mr. Burgo, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Guy Burgo. My address is 1063 Main Street, Woodland Park. And first I wanted to thank you for allowing me to share my questions and concerns with you tonight, and I also want to just commend you all for asking some really good questions yourself. Appreciate that. Since I first heard about the proposed annexation and reasoning, things have just not added up. I've been trying to figure that out. What's going on? What's the real reasons behind all of this? Why is the zoning requested being reduced from the current M1 to community commercial when its use plan is still going to be heavy commercial? I don't get it. Why does the rezoning and annexation need to happen prior to traffic and usage studies being completed? Again, I don't get it. What's the hurry? It feels to me and others I know that I've talked to that the city is trying to annex this property, not just respond to an application, as Mr. Carlson was asking earlier, and you were alluding to. It certainly feels like the city is trying to annex this property. I don't get it. In addition, the county agrees with Mr. Carlson that the justification for this annexation is a real stretch. I'm guessing you have the county's response in your packet this evening, and they basically chastise the planning director for the reasons given to justify the contiguous annexation. Again, this is something I'm just not understanding what's going on here. Seems like there's far more, something going on behind the scenes that the citizens aren't privy to. So my question to you tonight is, what is really going on? Do you folks know, or are you being kept in the dark too? If you know, I'd certainly like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'd just like to state a couple things in response. So it relates to behind the scenes. There's nothing behind the scenes, I can assure you of that. The other thing is the applicant has, and it's not, I'm not looking to debate, I'm just saying we do everything out in the open. This is the process. And the other thing is an applicant has come forward, submitted an application. We have a duty to process that application. There are time frames that are specified as part of that application. We're following through with that process. Just to provide a couple responses to your question, and once again, I'm not looking to debate that, but I just wanted to make that clear from my perspective as it relates to where we are in this. So thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
I did want to answer, well, your question on behalf of Sally. She presented that chart that gave two options of how they would process this the request for annexation. One was just staff review. They could have done it by keeping it existing heavy commercial, but they decided to take the route which would require planning commission approval and public comment. And so we chose the more difficult route, and that's where Carol said we're being masochistic. I think we're being sadistic.
But transparent. But transparent.
But very transparent. So, yes, I have no idea of any of these future plans or anything like that. So we're just taking on face value that somebody wants this, and we're going to try to follow the rules to the end. Of course, considering public comment. I mean, that's why we have it.
Right.
Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you very much. Jay Turner. As I remind everyone, Mr. Turner, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Jay Turner, and I live at 962 County Road 231.
Thank you.
In a recent paper, our local Courier, this article was there, and this is what we're getting. It says, city considers local recycling center. This package is being delivered to you as a recycling center, and you've seen all of the slides, you've seen where this goes. What's really behind this is a big business. It's huge to come into a city like this and pick up this much trash and put it somewhere. That somewhere is in my backyard. I'm literally feet away from where we're talking about. I have the residence that's right next to this property.
Can Can you point out on the map where you are?
Right here.
Okay.
This is lot 7.
So the quitclaim deed that was discussed
That's
is with
right.
your property?
That's right, yeah. Anyway, I just want to correct a few things or make a point here. Most of my points have already been covered, so I won't go over those again. There was a paragraph in here, it says, in addition to funding a drainage study and a vehicle traffic count, he has pledged to maintain the integrity of the county portion of the road from site to Highway US 24. Brian Kincaid of the County Road and Bridge was contacted, and he found it not only amusing, it was, he just said, there's too many things there. There's liability. What if it was maintained by Teller County Waste and there was an accident? You know, I don't understand that gift to the city. That doesn't make any sense to any of us. And the feeling in our community is that this needs to be tabled, put away, or set aside. There's 76 people that signed the petition. There was only one dissenting vote. So this is the start of what's to come. We've lived under this for 13 years. And I can't say the county has done what they should have done to have kept this on track, because it is way off track now. I think that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Turner? Please state your name and address for the record.
Elizabeth Turner, 962 County Road 231.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's fix the microphone there. There we go.
I want to make a brief comment about a Teller County's proposed storage use of the proposed annexation. The applicant proposes using some portions of the parcels for waste-related equipment. In reality, the parcels will be a waste storage area. By Teller County's waste own admission, the trash trucks and the contents of those trash trucks will be disposed when capacity is reached. This would mean that several days of collection of wet refuse will be stored. In the world of waste removal, contents of trash trucks are to be disposed of daily. In the past, Teller County Waste utilized the waste management facility in Divide for daily disposal. Why not now? Teller County Waste is a business of removal of trash, not storage of trash. Storing of refuse requires a facility designed and regulations to do so. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dick Lass. Mr. Lass, name and address,
Dick
please.
Lass. I live at 1679 County Road 21. My property is pretty much about from Safeway to Walmart and Rancher. And I'm a little confused on how to say and express my feelings. You know, when we moved up here 32 years ago, I was hoping it'd be a small community and stay that way, and I knew better. There's got to be growth, and there is growth. I didn't like seeing Safeway come in. They came in. When I came in, that was the old rodeo grounds. I got property that adjoins Walmart I didn't particularly like that. But you know, if things are done right, things got to grow. Sometimes you got to live with it. And I'm a little concerned that a lot of people here are worrying about little details. My background, I worked construction 30 years. Last job I did was United Bank Tower Palmer Center project, which is now at the Wells Fargo, $250 million project. And I know the city knows what it takes to build right, and they aren't going to railroad something in, do a crappy job, and have the neighbors up in arms even more. I mean, I feel for the neighbors. You know, I still have some issues with Walmart, but, you know, it's, in general, a pretty first-class development. I have trespassers and some trash, but, you know, we're trying to progress and the community grow. I want to see it grow, I guess, and I want to see it grow in the right way. I wish 32 years ago that it was like that now, but it isn't. And I know Jay Baker very well. Probably about 15 years. The last 8 years, I've had a lot of business dealings with him. Everything's been done on a handshake. Jay, I think, is first-class operator. I go to his, I do a lot of little projects with him. I go to his facility probably 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes just to shoot the bull. But I'll tell you, I have never seen it being trashy and not run professionally in the last at least 8 years. I mean, I don't know. I just have a little concern that, I mean, I hate seeing, you know, neighbors get unhappy, and I damn sure had to go through it, my wife and family, but I really have a comfort level that, you know, there's conceptual estimates. You figure out a whole job of how to do it and do it right, and then nothing's going to happen until it's done. And there's got to be a comfort level before everybody is able to go ahead and build a project. And I think it's a real asset to have that recycle center where it is, close access to the highway. Yeah, it's right close to some neighbors. Some of the other spots that were mentioned, you have the same bitching. I mean, I know that for a fact. And the point is, it has to be done right. And I don't have a bit of concern that you people won't make darn sure it's done right. And I don't know, Jay, like I say, is, you know, I've done things with him just on a handshake, and I think he's very honorable, trustworthy, very generous, and a very good Christian person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Don McCarl. Name and address, please.
My name is Don McCarl. I'm affiliated with this conversation on actually 3 properties. I live at 350 Ranch Drive.
Thank you.
Which is down here. I work at 1050 County Road 31, the welding shop, and I own the other property, the A1 property. My wife and I do. I've lived in Teller County over 40 years as an adult, and I've lived down here in and around Woodland Park for the last 30 years. I've known Jay Baker for the 20 years he's been around here, and always found him to be an honorable, hardworking man, charitable, I would say, to a fault. All of the things that he contributes to in the community. I've worked with Jay since he got into business in this county. In particular, since he got into the trash business. Everybody that says that he hasn't done anything to comply with county or state regulations has not been close enough to it. I've helped him build the fences, build the gates to contain his property. I've fixed other equipment that needed to be fixed to contain trash or to deal with his trash business. I'm actually pretty appalled at some of the neighbors, the extents that they're going to here to coerce other neighbors away from this recycle center. I believe the recycle center is going to be a good thing. In this neighborhood, since the May 23rd meeting, I have found letters that Sally put out on the neighborhood mailboxes to inform the neighborhood about what's going on here, because maybe they couldn't see the one that's on the door of the welding shop. So she's put the information down in the county, and somebody since that May 23rd meeting has gone out there with magic markers and wrote on there that they want to annex to reopen the dump, telling people lies to get them to sign the petitions. There's been 2 letters submitted around Gray Horse and Sunny Slope Acres telling people lies about what happened at that meeting to get them to sign that petition. I think it's all been totally fraudulent. I have copies of the writing on Sally's signs and the letter, the last letter that went out in the neighborhoods to verify what I'm saying here. Something that maybe you people have been around here long enough to know, I know I have, the property at 1050 where I work as the welding shop now, I've been operating that welding shop for the last 9 years. I've been affiliated with that since Carl Hirschbeck bought it in '92, working there part-time with Carl. Very familiar with the property. I'm in the front of Jay's operation. There is no trash smell. There's trash smell sometimes when I have to get in one of his trash trucks and work on it, but the property up there doesn't smell. My renters in the property next door do not complain of the smell, and they're before the Turners in the path of the winds. As far as the history of the neighborhood, maybe we remember that at the end of that street was woodland trash before the highway was widened. There's been trash being transferred in there for a long time. Down the hill from that was a concrete batch plant. Heavy trucks running in and out of this neighborhood for years and years. And then the welding shop now was a muffler shop, an auto shop. When these neighbors that have the biggest gripes here moved into this neighborhood, Waste Management was already transferring trash at the site where they still store their roll-off dumpsters. I have to ask, if you got such a problem with this type of operation, why did you build a house downhill from a trash operation? Myself, if I look up at this area, just because of all the controversy these days, I drive up Ranch Drive, this road that I live on, and I look up there. I can see the welding shop. I can see a truck or two sticking out from behind the welding shop, and I can see the mess that Waste Management has left where they store their roll-off dumpsters. It's an eyesore. I don't know why these concerned neighbors do not complain more about something like that than somebody who, in fact, does keep his operation clean, picked up, and tries to comply with everything that has been put to him. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Phil and Deb Crable.
Hi, Phil and Deb Crable. We live at 401 West Valley Drive, which on the map is
Okay, thank you.
I think I wanted to say as well that we are also very much in favor of recycling. I think our biggest issue that we have with the recycling in this area is concerning the roads and the access that will be used to get to this. Another thing I'd like to point out, just to start with, by looking at this map, is concerning how contiguous this is with the city of Woodland Park. I believe, looking at the statement from Teller County considers this very much a stretch as to how you could consider this contiguous with the city of Woodland Park. I believe if you look at the map, a picture is worth 1,000 words. This to me is very much a donut outside the city of Woodland Park. Next address was considering the roads. There are basically 3 ways to get in and out of this property looking on this map. And if you allow me, I need to step away just to point to the pictures here on the map. The main way that they're talking about trucks coming in and out is via 24 at the Trout Creek intersection. From from the trash company or the recycling center, they can control where those trucks go. And they can say trucks should only go in and out via 231 and go to that intersection as a way of going in and out. But trucks are not the only vehicles coming in and out of the recycling center. This is residents are going to be coming in and dropping off recycle at this center. If you remember when Walmart had the recycle center, we very often went to Walmart, and there would be 2 or 3 vehicles at a time sitting at the recycle containers, getting ready to drop off recycle stuff. If you consider the volume of traffic to be equate to 2 or 3 vehicles at a time sitting there at the Walmart drop-off, that is a large amount of traffic. So the other 2 ways that residential traffic can come in, you have one where they can come in off West Street, come down West Street and drop off here. West Street's a paved road. It's owned by the county, not the city. Again, you get to ride on the county taking care of that road for you.
Thank you. And the third way?
Third way.
Is the Woodland Park bypass, basically,
If you
our
go
street.
down- If you go down by Safeway, you go down behind Safeway and you turn on Moore Lane, that then turns to West Valley Drive. West Valley Drive is a dirt road, which is barely 2 lanes, which now hits County Road 231 and would get people to the collection center. If you are on the east part of town, you can't tell me.
Sir, can you step forward? I think you've identified the 3 routes, so if you could just talk to us, and if we need some more clarification, we'll let you go back and point.
If residents are coming in from the east side of town, you can't tell me that they're going to go all the way around Woodland Park and come in Trout Creek as the method of getting into that recycling center. They're likely going to come up and take the Woodland, or the bypass method, the dirt road up in front of my house, or they may go up and go on West Street. So at one point, we had a recycling drop-off at Walmart. That recycling center, at that point, had clear access to a 4-lane road as part of Route 24, and a very major light input there for how traffic could get in and out of Walmart in order to access those recycle drop-off spots. There is nothing similar to that on these roads. And I believe Teller County has addressed saying they do not believe the roads are up to supporting the traffic coming in and out of here.
And again, our road is a dirt road. It with the amount of traffic that's going to increase coming through there, let's face it, people already use our street as the Woodland Park bypass to get from one end of town to the other as a shortcut through. They're already doing that. The speed limit on our road is 20 miles an hour. People are not doing that. They're going 50 miles an hour through there. It's crazy. The amount of dust that it creates, and yeah, they put the chemical on the road for the dust down. If it gets the slightest bit wet, it's just a mess. It's just a big mud mess, and that's only going to get worse. It just creates a lot of dirt, and again, we're just really concerned about the amount of traffic that's going to increase on that, what we call, or what everybody calls, basically the Woodland Park bypass.
And our take as well, as the first presenter talked about, there are much better areas or lots within town that provide easier access in and out to drop off recycling than that location. That location is very poor for putting a recycle center. That's all we had.
Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. I think you went between the map and the microphone pretty well, so thanks. Next on the list, Chris Enger.
Good evening again. I ask you to remember the number 47. My name is Chris Enger. I'm a retired Army officer, former Boy Scout, Troop Assistant Scoutmaster here in Woodland Park. I'm a resident in town. I live at 1445 Crestview Way. I'm here today speaking as a concerned citizen, and I ask for the City Council to vote yes to annexing the county property the Teller County Waste resides on. I'm not trying to dismiss any of the other citizens' concerns or views, and I understand that 76 signatures may be close to about 1% of our community. As a citizen of Woodland Park, I want Teller County Waste to get the council support for 3 reasons here. In the last 5 years, Teller County Waste took a risk as an innovative hometown small business that used a free market solution to solve the citizens' communicated desires to city leaders that we need better recycling access in Woodland Park. Teller County Waste has simply been getting it done. 2, Teller County Waste stuck to their commitment during the tough times as they've continued to offer no-charge curbside recycle pickup to their waste service patrons when their recycle costs went up and they could not get paid to recycle but had to actually pay per ton to haul and drop off collected recycle. Again, Teller County Waste has just been getting it done. Number 3, I've known Jay Baker for about 5 years now. I've been a citizen of Woodland Park for 6 years. I moved here from Germany where I saw first-class recycle programs. I lived on the East Coast, I've lived on the West Coast, I've lived in the Rocky Mountains before. So I've got a little perspective on what good recycling and what bad recycling programs look like in communities. Jay Baker, the owner of Teller County Waste, who's led these efforts, is a standout community leader in our town. I can tell you as a Scoutmaster of the Boy Scout troop in this community since 2007, he has made donations to our troop to put disadvantaged scouts through summer camp. I'm proud to report that one of those disadvantaged scouts recently made Eagle Scout. Would not have made Eagle Scout if it had not been for those opportunities they've had to go to summer camps and earn those merit badges. He's donated his time, his material, over and over to support people in need in our community. He's also been a regular supporter of the local senior center, and I've talked to him about his different things that he's done in this community over time, and I've had to pull it out of him. He's a very humble guy, and I'm glad to be his friend and to know him. So some of you may be wondering how I know all this. Okay, well, some of you probably remember that back in 2008, I came to the City Planning Commission and the City Council as part of a local recycle coalition, which included our local Boy Scouts, Walmart, Teller County Waste, the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful organization, and members of several other local groups. We asked for and received this council's unanimous approval to set up a voluntary drop-off recycle center at the Walmart parking lot. Number 47. When I came to you previously, I told you that Colorado was rated number 47 in our nation for recycling. Only 3 states worse than us: Wyoming, Montana, and Alaska. We have this persona of Colorado being a great green state that takes care of conservation and environment. Number 47. Our goal was simple back then: get recycling going in this community in a meaningful way, raise awareness on recycling, and make a positive example for our youth while doing this as a 1-year demonstration program. Well, the demonstration lasted past the intended year and moved hundreds of tons of recycle down the pass and not into our landfills. Our school district leaders wrote letters to the council in support of this activity. Some of our schools also launched recycle programs at the same time, as you may remember. They even offer environmental science courses being taught at the local schools now. As the program progressed, Jay Baker came up with that innovative free market solution to support offering the recycling program at no charge to our city or the residents. Teller County Waste began to offer curbside single-stream recycling, no charge to its patrons who use the residential waste pickup services. The word spread, and many of us in town continue to choose to support a small hometown business who offers very reasonable rates, superior service, and supports our community. Previously, when I reached out to Waste Management and Recycle America, their reps had told me that they had no intention to offer no-cost curbside recycling. So in closing, I again ask you to vote yes to support Teller County Waste's request, and would like to close with a quote from President Teddy Roosevelt, one of our nation's great supporters of capitalism and the conservation of our resources. I recognize the right and duty of this generation to develop and use the natural resources of our land, but I do not recognize the right to waste them or to rob by wasteful use the generations that come after us. I ask you to remember that in this case, no decision may be a decision. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this issue.
Thank you. So that concludes the list of folks that signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment period, and we'll turn back to the applicant if there's any rebuttal or discussion that they would like to provide.
Tim Seibert again with NES. I wrote down comments that were heard, and I'll do my best to address those that I thought needed clarification or further discussion. If I miss any that you took down, please let me know. I'd be happy to address them. I'll handle as many as I can, and Mr. Lewis or Mr. Perini may also be able to address them. The first speaker, Mr. Selecki, talked about understanding the financial obligations and that 100% or 110% escrow amount. That process and the details, if the exhibit that I was showing before, the map, is, we called it, because there isn't a term for it, a conceptual zoning plan. We're trying to articulate the intent of use on the property. The detailed site plan review comes with the special use and the conditional use permit. It is through that process that you will get the details that you see with every land use application that comes before you. That's when we'll know how many trees, how many shrubs, what the detention facility looks like. Is there a fire hydrant? What other improvements are part of that process? And so that information is coming, all of it, 110% of it, I promise, as we move forward. But before we can get to that level of detail, we have to know that you're going to govern this property or not. And that's the subject of this annexation hearing tonight, is are we subject to the rules of the City of Woodland Park? And that's the request before you, that you allow us to become a citizen, the property to be part of the city of limits and follow the rules that have been identified. There's discussion about the ongoing violation and the court order. There is some question and concern about the violations that have been stated in the lawsuit. One question that was brought up is waste-related uses. Waste-related uses, as defined by the Teller County Land Use Code, were defined after the 2004 lawsuit to cease the use of this facility as a waste transfer station. There was a subsequent revision to the Teller County Land Use Code under which Jay was operating as a business, not a transfer station. With the revisions of the code to add waste-related uses as special uses, it, in my opinion, had a grandfathered condition in which it pre-existed the new regulations that are enforced by Teller County. So the waste-related violation, the rules were that are in effect now were not in effect after the court order in 2004. Jay continued to operate. The Teller County amended their code, added further restrictions for waste-related uses, and now is coming back enforcing those codes. So there's questions about the grandfathering and the permitted uses on the property. As you've heard through other testimony, the entire area along County Road 231 has been heavy industrial use historically for quite a long time. There was discussion about the studies that are required. 4 specific studies were mentioned: drainage report, phase 1 environmental report, road traffic analysis, and then the roadway structural capacity. I'd like to touch on each one of those. First, typically those studies are required with the special use permit again. We're a step ahead of what's normally occurs in the land development process within Woodland Park. However, we provided a phase 1 environmental to the planning department last week, a 440-page document with appendices that were mind-numbing of everything that was going on there. That has been provided for review. We provided a trip generation letter to the city for review and have been informed after review by staff that additional analysis of a traffic impact study need to be prepared for the project. I have mentioned multiple times that the structural capacity of the road, the NTEC analysis, we have been discussing this with Teller County on what they need to do. They've identified 10 borings that we need to conduct from the site up to Trout Creek Road intersection. We need to prepare a traffic work plan so that we are not endangering traveling public while those samples are being taken, and that process is underway. And then drainage report. I have reviewed this week a draft analysis of the drainage report to address city standards for the site, for the impervious cover that exists on the site, both today and in the future. Required detention facilities have been preliminarily sized. JPS Engineering, as was stated in our response, is doing that analysis, and we are working through that technically amongst our submittal and amongst our technical team prior to submittal of that document to the city. So all 4 of those reports are underway or have been completed, and again, it's a touch above what our normal process is. There was discussion about the trash trucks. I will state, as we discussed at the zoning discussion at Planning Commission, that there are times when trash will be stored inside a compactor truck overnight. That the compactor truck will not be completely full. That truck will come park on the site, and then when the next day will go on its route to finish that load and ultimately make that trip down to Colorado Springs for transfer that at the Bestway transfer station in Colorado Springs. The trash compactor area is a sealed compartment. It remains sealed with the compactor closed on site when that occurs. The goal and the intent is to get rid of that trash as quick as they can. There are those instances, however, that will occur. You heard testimony that there may be odors or there may not be odors. Obviously, I can't be the judge of that, but I clearly know that the container is enclosed. The Phase 1 environmental identified no runoff from any vehicles on the storage area that exists today. The discussion about the Teller County waste article that was in the paper and the pledge to maintain the road in the news article. I don't believe the intent was that the road to be maintained, but that it would be upgraded based upon the study and brought to standard as required by the geotechnical analysis that is currently underway. That is the intent. Maintenance of the road, you're correct. There are liability issues and concerns and safety about all of those things. Our intent is to meet your access code requirements, make sure that the road is capable of handling the issues that are contained in there. There's been several discussions about setback requirements. The setback requirement for the 200 feet as defined by the Colorado statutes, and I have it electronically on my iPad if there's a way to display it. The 200-foot setback refers to a setback from a transfer station from residential areas. The discussion about having two ways in and out of a facility, one for heavy trucks and one for personal vehicles, also refers to a transfer station. This is a drop-off recycling center and a contractor yard, not a transfer station. And the annexation agreement clearly states it cannot be used as such. And so the buffer requirements that we're showing and the buffer requirements that we're offering is 100 feet minimum from the line that is part of our annex. So it's not from the questionable title area, it's from what we have requested for annexation. That, you might recall, that's the gray area on the map where we have the additional landscaping occurring to that property. There has been, again, discussion about roads and access. You're correct. There was comment about what can Teller County Waste control. Teller County Waste clearly can control how its trucks access the community. And they will access their community using County Road 231 to Trout Creek Road intersection and go on routes from that location, whether it's in the Woodland Park area or further out in Teller County. There is concern, we heard it at the Planning Commission meeting, about the Woodland Park bypass. I understand that there are concerns about the number of trips and vehicles that come on that road today. I think that's why there was a request to have a full traffic impact analysis done to kind of understand the area. The design of a road that when you're getting a posted speed of 20 miles per hour, but you're getting 50 miles per hour, tells me that the design of that roadway for many different standards doesn't quite fit the intent of it being a local street. And I think that as we look at how traffic will come from the drop-off customers, we can clearly communicate what is encouraged by Teller County Waste to use the same route that the trucks come off of Highway 24 and Trout Creek Road. We hope that those that are recycling will also be conscious of the neighbors. And we will encourage our customers and our drop-off patrons to utilize that route to the best of our ability. I don't have any other items that I wanted to specifically address unless there are questions or comments that came from the public that you would like us to address. I know that Mr. Lewis and Mr. Perini have some comments as well, but I'd be happy to answer any technical questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions for Tim?
Thank you.
Mr. Brevetto, you asked Mrs. Allen when she was up here if the complaint told Mr. Baker what he was doing wrong on the property. Oh, it was Mr. Carlson. Carlson. Apologize. And she read from the complaint, and it was very technical, very generalized language. What I spoke of earlier was not generalized language for a legal pleading. What I spoke about was plain English. Teller County, tell my client what he's doing wrong. Is it wrong that his drivers are taking the trash, not the trash, the bagged recyclables, out of the special compartment and putting it in another truck? Is it wrong that my client is parking his trucks there? Is my client parking too many trucks there? Tell me what he's doing wrong. And because they have systematically avoided those questions, that is why my client asked for the jury trial. Teller County didn't ask for the jury trial. That's because we want a jury of Mr. Baker's peers to be presented with the evidence as to how he has been treated. by Teller County. The opposition changed their tactics tonight. Before the zoning commission, it was all, planning commission, it was all about how he violates, how he has a horrible reputation. They changed their tune tonight because they were presented with what I call, whoops. Thank you, whoops. This is Teller County's case. 800 pages that they provided to me as part of discovery. It weighs 9 pounds. It's pert near 4 inches wide. I call it the big book of nothing. I call it that because I defy anyone to review this document and find me where he has a bad history of violations, where he has been notified that he needs to stop doing A, B, C, and D. And the answer is, it doesn't exist. And these are the documents that Teller County is required to provide to me as part of this litigation. A couple more comments and then I'll wrap it up. Mr. Seibert said it so eloquently. Mr. Baker is grandfathered for most, if not all, of what he does on the property. With that said, our team is looking at it from the neighbor's perspective. And here's what I think bothers the neighbors. And if I was in their shoes, it would bother me too. He starts big diesel trucks at 6:30 in the morning. And you know what big diesel trucks do. When they go in reverse, they go beep, 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 and it pierces. It would disturb anyone. But the area has been zoned M1 heavy industrial since the late 1970s. And Mr. Baker has been doing his operation of running trash trucks from that site since, I want to say, April of 2000. And before that, evidence has come before this body tonight that there was a trash business in that same location prior to that. I'm going to track that one down. And so I think that's what's really bothering the neighbors. But at the end of the day, he's grandfathered on that. And that's what Teller County is going after him on, a zoning violation, an alleged zoning violation. They are not going on what Mrs. Allen referred to as failure to submit a site-specific development plan. I don't see that language, site-specific development plan or development plan, anywhere in this multi-page pleading. So it tells me that when we win on the zoning issue, well, hopefully we don't even have to read that question, then Teller County's going to have to gear up another lawsuit to test their theory. On the issue of the studies, you have a highly competent planning department. So when the opposition says that there are no studies, that Jay Baker hasn't put his signature yet on any agreements, the opposition is essentially asking this body not to trust its own staff. And I have to imagine that you have seen your staff perform competently and skillfully over the years, and that you have no doubt that if they're going to require studies, the studies are going to be produced, or Mr. Baker's not going to be allowed to operate there. I'm sure that they have produced before you the signed agreements. Otherwise, Mr. Baker and other people who have been annexed into the city would not be operating. I also want to note that one of the folks in opposition spoke about trash from the property. In the 800-page book, there is a complaint about trash coming from the property. And Teller County responsibly sent a code enforcement officer. And her express finding says the trash wasn't coming from the facility, it was coming from the highway. I know of no other complaint about trash coming from the property in this 800-page book.
I have a question.
Sir.
Yeah, you talked about grandfathering earlier, and so I just wanted to address that. Essentially, what's happening here is, right now, he's covered by grandfathering.
In my
okay?
opinion.
The moment he becomes part of Woodland Park, the grandfathering goes away. He's got
starts
to
with a clean
comply to all of our current code requirements. So he's giving up those rights.
He's taking a risk
He's
by
taking a
entering
risk
this process.
in that sense.
Because all of the issues that Teller County could have addressed with him are going to be addressed through you. So that concludes my presentation, unless you have questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Lewis? Thank you.
Again, it's Mike Perini, and I want to thank Mayor Pro Temp and the City Council members for letting us present the rationale for annexation to move forward. And we do appreciate hearing the public responses tonight, and thank you. I know it was difficult for all of you who spoke. For the neighbors, you should take comfort that annexation, if approved, will place significant checks and balances by an annexation agreement between the city and Teller County Waste that is currently not in place from Teller County. The city chose the most difficult route to review the application, and we appreciate that. I think you saw from our presentation earlier tonight that Teller County Waste is doing more than its due diligence to respond in a positive manner to neighbors' concerns and the other 99% of our city that is not here tonight. And we ask City Council to please keep that in mind as you deliberate. Remember, this is about the larger public interest to be served, the value of having recycling within our community. Remember, the real benefit is the city gets the opportunity to control its use. And let me remind all of us here that this annexation request is consistent with our city's sustainability goals, will improve our local environment, and is a strong signal to our children that we care about their future. So you on the council tonight have the opportunity to leave an important legacy for generations to come by your positive vote tonight to move annexation forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, are there any other questions for either the applicant or staff at this point in time? So I guess we'll bring this up and open it up for any discussion that we need to have together, or if not, a motion.
Cindy, if, again, you can remind us all that we are considering resolutions for annexation in our first consideration, correct? And then we will hear the first posting of a request for zoning.
Following this, you will consider 3 ordinances on initial posting. And it's the 2 parcels, 2 plats that we feed Resolution 757 and 758 from, if you approve them, and then the zoning ordinance, which will run concurrently with the ordinance to the annexation ordinance. The city's process is now kicking in. The state process is what we're in the middle of right now. If you approve it, the city's process will kick in, and you will consider the ordinances on initial posting with a public hearing on June 27th. And that keeps moving the the zoning requirement for 60 days. It doesn't stop it. The zoning requirement will happen even if it's not totally, it was talked about being agriculture until we could get to what it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's happened before.
And that was going to be my next question. Yeah. If we have to kick that can down the road,
we can.
It will default to agriculture, correct?
So.
I think that's what we did last time.
Yeah. And exactly what it would default to is an open question. The concern about what will happen on the property
between now and then does need to be addressed, and that was something that we would recommend be added to the annexation agreement, so that upon approval of the annexation agreement, if you were to approve the ordinances on second reading, we would recommend, and we would be bringing back to you an attachment to that. It would be part of the agreement, incorporated into the agreement. It would be operating standards. So those would be essentially temporary operating standards until the property was zoned.
And we would not have to do that this evening?
We would not have to do that this evening.
So the resolutions before us, there are two resolutions, and there's four items that we have to evaluate, I believe, as it relates to the findings of fact and the conclusions, and those are the 1/6 contiguity, the community of interest, whether or not this is within an urbanized area or an area that can be urbanized, and can it be integrated into the city. And those are really the four items that we have to take into account as we debate and discuss these resolutions. Some of the other items, as it relates to zoning and those types of things, would be dealt with later if these were to move forward. Bob?
Just to reiterate, so I'm understanding, it's always good to feedback what you just said. That bottom line, though, is that we're start doing this per state requirements. By approving these resolutions, we haven't annexed the property.
That's correct.
We've just allowed the process to move forward.
To the next
And so, at the next stage, when we're talking about zoning and things like that, we will still have public comment. We will still have to. They will still have to agree to various restrictions and storage of hazardous waste, or not hazardous, but waste. And so, this is just, in a sense, a pro forma action right now to just continue the process.
It's another step in the process. Really, it's when we approve the plats, the annexation plats, that's when it becomes annexed into the city of Woodland Park. Part of that also is the annexation agreement, approving that as well.
So the four criteria that the staff has already provided their findings on are the only things that we're considering at this point in time.
As it relates to these two resolutions,
Correct.
Yes. And as Aaron's pointed out, it's on page 3 of the staff report if you want to look over those, or if we want to discuss them one by one, or so I don't know if anyone has any questions specific to those four items or heard testimony or things that they're... Carol?
Only, again, for the record, Aaron, if you can talk to the contiguous issue. I'm satisfied that your explanation that each annexation is its own case. But if you could explain that again for the record. Of the four issues, that's the one that concerns me most.
Right, and what we don't have in the statute is anything other than the statement that you can ignore rights of way for purposes of finding contiguity. And that's the statement. It's left to the legislative discretion to figure out what mechanism to use in order to jump that right of way. There are no cases that I'm aware of, and of course there aren't any cited by the county, that in which a court was dealt with this exact issue. And so we have cases similar. We have cases where there are a requirement in the statute for a consent of owners that lived in the property, and the annexation was approved, and later there was a challenge by, I believe, a neighboring county, and that neighboring county put forth a argument that the consent had to be done such and such way because there were other statutes you could string together and you would come up with an implied direction or applied mechanism for how that consent had to be given. And the court was very clear, and these cases are decided by the Supreme Court in Colorado, and the court was very clear, and it said, you know, if the legislature wanted to impose that, wanted to write that condition in, they could have done that. So I think the analogy that the council could consider is that, or could consider that as an analogy, and they could, you know, they could say, and I think that they could find, that it's going to be a case-by-case determination by this board, by this city council. It's going to make the determination because the mechanics aren't provided anywhere else. So really you get to decide whether contiguity has been established.
This is a tough question, but is there any indication that the county would contest our interpretation of contiguous? Sally?
We've not heard anything
Okay.
to that nature.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me.
Contest in a legal way, I think that was what the question was.
And I don't think we need to debate that. I mean, you know, based on what Aaron's saying, you know, there's not anything defined that says that thou shalt do it this certain way. I think there's discretion that's been left up. The courts have left that door open. So I do think it's up to us to decide from a policy perspective as it relates to this annexation, whether or not it meets the contiguity requirement. So.
Must all 4 conditions be met?
They must, but the law is clear, as was stated by Mr. Lewis earlier, that actually the community of interest, as a matter of law, courts read that one to be found if the contiguity is found. So we have a Supreme Court case that says that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it comes down to discussing, I mean, really, it's the 1/6 contiguity. If we believe that that has been met, the number, you know, the community of interest has been met. Items 3 and 4 really are the ones that I think you have to look at as it relates to, you know, whether this is in an urbanized area or can be urbanized, and whether or not this piece of property can be integrated into the city. And so, you know, that's where we probably, so we have discretion on, you know, 3 of the 4. If we find that it's contiguous, then, you know, it kind of satisfies the other.
Can Sally show us that contiguous plot again?
Here's the current city limits at the Skyline South annexation that occurred a couple of decades ago, and the facing of jumping the highway to this portion of the subject property.
Basically, what you're saying then is those 2 lines are contiguous. What's the length of one line versus the length of the other?
This line is 147 feet, and this line is larger, 150 some odd feet.
Yeah, and if I could jump in while Sally's looking that up, you know, the basic question is whether there's any contiguity at all. There could be 1 inch technically, because you can have a serial annexation, and there could be 10 annexation plats, one getting bigger and the next one getting bigger and the next one getting bigger, all based on that 1 piece of contiguity. So really, how much isn't necessarily the standard.
No, my point was that if they were in fact next to each other, you wouldn't want to make sure that the line that represents the city was larger than the line of what was being annexed.
And it is,
whether that is in fact 1/6 of that property to be annexed.
yeah, the line of the city boundary is 188 feet.
Okay.
But the 1/6, once again, if you had 100 feet or 50 feet or whatever it might be, you just carve out smaller and smaller and smaller. You know, start out with a very small parcel to make sure that's 1/6, and then the next annexation plat gets bigger, and the next one gets bigger, and the next one gets bigger. It becomes a serial annexation, which is what we're doing here, because we have 2 annexation plats. And so because you approve one and then you approve the other, and they happen serially, then it all gets annexed. So, and this is the way that communities have done flag annexations. DIA, for instance, that was a big flag annexation where they just went right down the right-of-way, and I don't know how many they had, but I mean, so.
But as a matter of fact, the math works.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, as the city attorney said, the math in this case works, and it meets that requirement as long as we agree that that is meets the contiguity requirement as we see that it does, as we determine.
By vacating the highway right-of-way.
By jumping the highway right-of-way. We're not vacating right-of-way. I don't think the state would like us to do that.
Why does it say by jumping the highway? By jumping the highway would give you
The state law allows for you to jump over the right-of-way to the other side.
So if the road wasn't there, they would be if it was connected, it would
Sure.
be contiguous.
Sure.
But the road is like,
Sure. And that way you don't have to annex the road.
Yeah, makes sense. So your feeling is it meets
That's
whatever.
contiguity?
Contiguity.
Yeah. Well, that's for us to decide.
Well, that you just.
If we knew how to do it, there wouldn't be border disputes between countries in this.
I don't know if they have the same laws, but.
Well.
So are there other questions or thoughts or discussion as it relates to the Resolution 757 and Resolution 758 as it relates to the 4 items that we... If there aren't any, I would entertain a motion one way or another.
Well, I would move to approve or accept both resolution.
I think we have to do them separately.
All right. Oh, you're right. Then I move to accept Resolution 757 as written by staff.
I think that would be to approve Resolution 757.
Approve
Yes.
Resolution 757.
Second.
And so we have a first and second, Carol, and that would be based on the findings of fact that,
Of the staff, yes.
based on the state criteria?
Yes.
Okay. Terry, you still second that?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 757 based upon the facts that the 4 criteria outlined within the state statute have been met. Cindy?
Thank you. Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Rovetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
And I move to approve resolution number 758, setting forth the findings of fact and conclusion.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve Resolution number 758. Cindy?
Thank you. Smith?
Yes.
Rovetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that ends that piece of the, what we're calling the unfinished business, since it was tabled from before. And now we will move forward with item number 8 on the agenda, ordinances on initial posting, of which we have 3. The 3 are related to the previous items of discussion. Typically, we do not, and we do not take public comment at this period of time. There will be public hearings on these. So the first is to approve Ordinance 1187 on initial posting concerning the annexation of the Southwest Valley Annexation Plat, parcels 1 and 2 containing .88 acres. Any discussion from council? Motion
Move to approve 1187.
on initial posting and set the public hearing?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 1187 on initial posting and set the public hearing for June 27th. Cindy?
Thank you. Brevado?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Moving on to 8B, approve ordinance 1188 on initial posting concerning the annexation of the Southwest Valley Annexation Plat 2, parcels A and B containing .58 acres. Any discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve ordinance 1188 on initial posting and set the public hearing for June 27th. Cindy?
Thank you. Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Brevado?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Item 8C, approve ordinance 1189 on initial posting concerning the rezone of the Southwest Valley annexation containing 1.83 acres from Teller County zoning district of M1 and Ag to City of Woodland Park zoning district of community commercial.
Move, go ahead. Move to approve on for initial posting.
Second.
So the item has been to approve ordinance 1189 on initial posting and set the public hearing for June 27th. Cindy?
Thank you. Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Brevado?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Smith, if I could very quickly before more of our audience leaves, I hope what folks understand tonight is this was the first step in this process, as was articulated. This satisfied state requirements, and now it's in the local community's hands. So there are continual multiple hearings the next part of this process. These were the initial postings, and the public hearings associated with these ordinances and the rezoning will take place at the next meeting. So this was just one step in the process. So continue to come, continue to be heard, please.
And I would just like to thank everyone who came forward this evening and spoke, both from the applicant's side as well as from the public. I concur, or following David's comments, totally agree. I hope everyone comes out to the next meeting on June 27th. This is just the first step in the annexation, and it does not approve the annexation. So it just was the next step in the process, and we'll have more discussion and comment on in our next meeting. Council, I would like to point out that we have before we get into the next public hearing item, we have a resolution that Terry and I know. It's been a while since we've talked about it, and that is that at 5 minutes of 11, we turn into, what is it, pumpkins? Yeah, exactly, the pumpkin rule. And that for us to go further, we have to have a motion and a second, and we can do this any way we want to do it. So we can make a motion, we can do it right now, and we could just extend throughout the entire meeting and just keep moving on. We could do it for the next item and see what happens. We can do it for 2 minutes longer. We can wait till we get a little closer to make that decision. So I don't know what.
I'll make a motion until 5 minutes to midnight if you give me a break.
Okay. So we have a motion to extend the meeting to 5 minutes of midnight. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Does nobody want to do that, or?
I just want to know how far we were going to get before we made that decision, but
Well, we only have about
we'll try to go as fast as
12
we can.
minutes, and I know that there are folks that have been waiting to speak on other items, so we want to afford them the opportunity, I think.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second to extend the meeting to 5 minutes of midnight. It's a good
If I
thing.
get a break.
It's a good thing Denny's is open, because I'm still hungry. So, Cindy?
Thank you. Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Brevado?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
And make,
Carries unanimous.
thank you, and making good on Terry's comment or thought, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, and let's try to keep it short so we can keep this moving along. Thank you. items. 9A, consider ordinance 1186, amending Title 18 of the Woodland Park Municipal Code by the addition of a new chapter 18.79 to prohibit the operation of marijuana cultivating facilities and sales, marijuana product manufacturing facilities, marijuana testing facilities, retail marijuana stores, and marijuana membership clubs in the city of Woodland Park. And to that, we'll turn to our city attorney, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council, what I have for a presentation to you tonight is a brief statement on why you're considering this tonight. Then I will reference the materials that I included with my staff report, which is a matrix produced by Colorado Municipal League of what some other cities have done. And then
Could you talk more into the microphone? I can barely hear you.
Okay, is that a little better?
A little better.
Okay, let me start over. What I have for council tonight is a brief statement on why you are considering this tonight. I also then will direct council to the matrix, which is included in the staff report that I provided in the packet, produced by Colorado Municipal League and showing actions of some of the other municipalities throughout the state of Colorado and what they've done in connection with prohibiting marijuana establishments. And then I will walk council through the ordinance. The reason council is considering this ordinance tonight is because you have authority to do that. The state constitution, as amended by the voters last November, gave councils the express authority by ordinance to prohibit the marijuana establishments that are defined in the state constitution. Amendment 64 was what the voters passed, and it did define the marijuana establishments that are addressed by this ordinance. If you do not pass this ordinance tonight, then you will necessarily have to do a couple things. One is you will necessarily have to consider passing an ordinance that would address how you will license or regulate marijuana establishments. You will have to do that by October 1st. You will necessarily be looking at a number of policy issues in connection with that decision.
I may be able to short circuit this whole thing.
Well, we have to do a public hearing.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but I'm just saying, this is part of law now. It's a federal law that it's illegal, right? Marijuana, correct?
Controlled substance.
Controlled substance,
According
federal
to
law.
federal law.
If we were to pass an ordinance permitting people to manufacture, distribute, whatever, marijuana here, we are actually violating federal law.
You would be at odds.
And I
with federal law.
raised my hand to uphold the Constitution of the United States and to abide by the laws of the federal law. So to me, there's no issue here.
Well, I'd say before we get to, I think you bring up a very good point, but I think that's something we can discuss. Let's get through the.
Well, I'm just saying,
case
instead
of
of going
public
through
hearing.
hours of testimony and all that stuff, it really boils down to that.
I don't think
If we pass this thing, we are violating federal law.
I'm not sure it does, so.
Well,
No, it does.
I guess that's the question.
It's a question, and it's going to be there until it's addressed one way or the other, either through a court challenge where someone challenges the authority stated in the Constitution, and the nature of that challenge would be that federal law is prime, or until I mean that will be the case.
Well, the only way around that is we secede from the nation and just form our own country.
And this ordinance does contain in its recitals that express statement, and so that is contained. I think given that comment, I would expect to keep my comments walking you through this ordinance quite brief. I would point out, as Councilmember Brevetto has mentioned, that there is a whereas, there is a recital that does recite that Amendment 64 does conflict with federal law. that is contained in this ordinance. This ordinance also does have a finding that marijuana establishments present a threat to health and education of Woodland Park's children, to the safety of the workplace and the traveling public, and to the public health, safety, and welfare as a whole. And then what the ordinance does is it does go on to expressly prohibit the operation of marijuana cultivation facilities and sales, marijuana product manufacturing facilities, marijuana testing facilities, retail marijuana stores, and marijuana membership clubs. And I will just point out that all of those items, except for the last one, marijuana membership clubs, are defined by Amendment 64 by the state constitution, and this ordinance simply parrots those definitions. This ordinance does add a definition for a marijuana membership club. That facility, that establishment was not expressly addressed by Amendment 64, nor was it really expressly addressed by the later legislation passed just this last May. We have anecdotal information, and we have information from other municipalities that those types of facilities have been attempted to be established in other jurisdictions. And in fact, there is a pending case in the city of Lafayette at this point where at issue is whether or not a membership club can remain open. So we have rolled into this prohibition statute the membership clubs. We have also added a provision that we have defined enclosed for purposes of enforcing a prohibition against operating marijuana cultivation facilities, marijuana product manufacturing facilities, marijuana testing facilities, retail marijuana membership clubs in the city, and for the growing of marijuana for personal use. So what Amendment 64 did was it did make clear that growing marijuana for personal use had to be in an enclosed locked space that was not open to the public. What the state legislature did not address in this last series of legislation last May was exactly what enclosed means. So that is left to local jurisdictions to define. We have defined it again as enclosed means having a roof and all sides closed to the weather with walls, windows, or doors. We have included a fine of up to $1,000 for violations of the prohibitions stated in the ordinance. And we have also made it clear that operating these facilities in violation of this ordinance and city code would constitute a public nuisance, which authorizes the city then to take action in addition to issuing cease and desist orders and writing tickets into the municipal court, but also then to implement abatement procedures, which is what the city is authorized to do under a public nuisance ordinance.
I have a question.
Yes.
Would enclosed space also include vehicles, cars? Like a glove compartment in a car, you'd keep your stash there.
Well, I think that's on
Yeah,
growing.
and if, I think as written, it probably suffers from some lack of being able to include that, but that could be addressed in a follow-on, or it could be addressed tonight, and we could include, enclosed means within a vehicle. And then finally, added to that, those last prohibitions were added to the city's zoning ordinance. Finally, we do have also added to this ordinance a general offense, making it explicitly unlawful to make marijuana grown for personal use available for sale in any manner. So we have added that to our general offenses, and that too would then be punishable by a fine not exceeding $1,000 or by imprisonment not exceeding 1 year. And I should also add that the zoning violations are also subject to that, imprisonment not exceeding 1 year as a penalty. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
If we do nothing, what happens?
If you do nothing, you're faced with a situation where you can't do nothing. The legislature, by virtue of passing House Bill 1317 in May, puts municipalities in a position where they have to at least address how they will treat the applicant who comes forward for a license, which is not addressed, is not acted on by the state. The state has the right not to act on an ordinance and or act on an application, and then
We can deny the application based on the fact that it's against federal law.
But we can
And-
also deny it by denying the sale and
Yeah.
distribution within the
Yeah,
city
I mean,
limits.
if you're going to do that, I mean, you need to just pass an ordinance that will prohibit. If that is council's
Why would you
desire.
pass the ordinance on the basis of federal law? I mean, not based on, it's a threat to the community or anything else like that. It's simply against the law.
And
And we would be violating the law.
Right, and I think that is a very valid point, and that could be, we could revise that so that the ordinance does in fact include that as one of the intentions under section, there on page 2, where the intent of the ordinance is laid out. And if council desired, we could add that.
I would like you to do that, and I'll tell you why. I spent about 3 hours yesterday with resident DEA agent in Colorado Springs, specifically asking, what is the Department of Justice's stand on this? What is our U.S. Attorney going to do? Shortly after the election in November, the Attorney General, U.S. Attorney General, did issue a memo to all the employees of the Department of Justice and said, we will review the Washington and Colorado actions and will very soon render a policy decision. The word was soon. There was no timeline on it. This particular agent's understanding is that the Department of Justice is looking to communities like our own to determine what the real feeling is in that community. And if we continue to do what we plan to do tonight, or at least I plan on doing, then that sends a message to the Department of Justice that even though we went through a process where we had a constitutional amendment, and I can't even imagine how easy it is to amend our Constitution in Colorado. Unfortunately, it is. That's the rule of mob. That is not the rule of law. But the Department of Justice is looking at the actions of communities like ours to determine if it is time to say, okay, enough is enough. Either we change the federal law to exclude marijuana as a controlled substance, or we enforce the law as it is written today. And we don't have a choice as elected officials who swore to uphold the Constitution. The exclusionary clause of the Constitution says federal law trumps our silly little constitutional amendment. However, we're sitting in a place right now that the best we can do is accept that people will be able to possess a small amount of marijuana. Our federal government will take no effort to prosecute those individuals, but the constitutional amendment gives us the opportunity to at least say, enough is enough. We're not going to do it in our town. So I want that statement in there.
And that's a great summary. Recall you did an emergency ordinance putting this in place, and that's another reason we're bringing this to you. That expires on July 1st.
Exactly.
So the timing of this evening is important. And in the direction you're going causes me not to have to think about what you would do if you chose to do nothing. It sounds like you're going to do something tonight, so we don't need to talk about contingencies.
Are there other questions? If not, I'd like to open the public comment period. We have a couple people signed up, and there may be others that want to speak on this. And we can discuss all this afterwards. I think there's others that probably have some feelings as well. All right, with that, we'll open up the public comment period for this this item. Signed up is, first is Michael Slivka. Mr. Slivka, welcome back. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. My name is Michael Slivka, 105 Piney Point Lane, and I'm an attorney, lived in Teller County now for the last 3 years, a member of the Colorado Bar, also a member of the Florida Bar. I am also general counsel of Pond Time, Inc., and you guys approved our ordinance a few months ago. Thank you very much, and that's moving along well. I'm also the chairman of the Teller Tea Party Patriots, and I speak with knowledge of the group, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the group, but certainly they don't oppose me being here and wish me well. I have quite a bit to go to, and I don't want to keep you too long, but I did want to address the issue from Mr. Brevetto. On the issue of whether this is federal law, well, first of all, you as City Council have no responsibility to enforce any federal law. That's the responsibility of Eric Holder, the Department of Justice, and his minions. You have no responsibility to kiss up to the federal government or the Obama administration. We are sitting here acting as a free state, which we were originally when the United States was formed. I have a prepared statement here, and I'd like to read that into the record. First of all, a quote from Ayn Rand. "There's no way to rule innocent men. The only power any government has is to crack down on criminals. Well, when there aren't enough criminals, one makes them. One declares so many things to be a crime that it becomes impossible for men to live without breaking laws." I'd like you to consider for a moment the nature of man and his means of survival. Man has no fangs nor claws to hunt prey, nor any instinctual behaviors programmed into his being to tell him how to survive. He has only his rational consciousness, his mind, to guide him in dealing with this earth. In order for his mind to function, certain prerequisites are implied and necessary. These were recognized by our founding fathers in our Constitution as being self-evident, inherent rights that cannot be granted nor denied by any government or other man, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I declare that man's rights include any action he determines is in his rational self-interest, limited only by the rights of his fellow men. The only way a man can deny his fellow's rights is through the initiation of physical force, and it is the legitimate function of government to protect against such initiation, acting through the police, the military, and the courts of law. Indeed, this is the only moral, proper function of government. And this constitutional limitation on the powers of government was recognized and upheld throughout our history until approximately 100 years ago. At that time, the infectious notions of European Marxism began to infiltrate academia and the culture. Persons in position of power saw that they could enlarge this power by proposing and passing laws to protect man from himself, from what they deemed to be bad choices. The most egregious of these laws was the prohibition of alcohol, which led inevitably to the establishment of organized crime. After some time, enough people engaged in civil disobedience of these draconian measures to require the government to back down on this failed social experiment, and prohibition was repealed. But the bureaucracy to enforce prohibition was in place, and these government workers feared the loss of their jobs. Their director, Harry Anslinger, mounted a campaign to demonize another harmless substance, a naturally growing plant, hemp. Hemp production had been encouraged by many of the founding fathers due to its extreme usefulness in making rope, paper, clothing, livestock feed, not to mention its medicinal properties. Anslinger created the propaganda film Reefer Madness to create the myth that smoking of the hemp plant could lead to violent, psychotic behavior. This film can be considered a comedy today, given our knowledge, but it had quite an impact on the gullible minds of the 1930s. Couple this with the fact that hemp use was more prevalent in the black and Hispanic communities, and the racist overtones become unmistakable. Anslinger had a willing accomplice in William Randolph Hearst, the newspaper magnate, who also owned vast tracts of forest land to supply paper for his newspapers, who would benefit handsomely from stopping all hemp production. Also, DuPont Chemical, who also benefited from the curtailment of the hemp industry, leaving them in a monopoly position with their synthetic textile production. So laws against hemp production and even possession were enacted, and the world went on until the 1960s, when an entire generation realized that the government had been lying to them and their parents for decades. They saw that hemp was innocuous and safer than alcohol, that no one had ever died or gotten sick from ingesting cannabis, nor were hemp users psychotic or even violent in any way. They began to question the motives of those in power and their veracity in other areas. These children of the 1960s now have come into power, and a majority of these voters believe that hemp prohibition is a failed progressive social experiment. The voters of Colorado and Washington have clearly spoken and have succeeded in amending their state constitutions to legalize hemp products and to provide for their regulation and taxation. Amendment 64 here in Colorado explicitly states that the first $40 million in tax revenues will go to improve our schools, and the Department of Revenue has set up this regulatory structure which has been signed into law by our governor. Medical marijuana has been shown to be orderly, well-regulated, and a significant source of revenue for the state. Legalized dispensaries for recreational use would extend that boom much further, benefiting not only the children, but also all the tax-paying citizens of Colorado. We should not allow ignorance and fear to be continued to be exploited by those with a financial or political stake in continued prohibition to deny free men the right to pursue their own happiness and economic development for the sake of lies and rent-seeking. The laws regarding cannabis were born on the wings of lies. The laws regarding cannabis were born on the wings of lies and pampered by propaganda, such that now the tightly held belief systems are going to have to reckon with the desire of all humanity to live with dignity, free from the oppressive tyranny that ignorance and bigotry have spawned. I have one final point. Regarding this being federal law, the federal government based the prohibition of marijuana on the supposed power under the Commerce Clause when they decided to say that Schedule I substances would have a certain penalty. Congress did not define what a Schedule I substance is. That's a regulation that's been promulgated by the DEA.
No, it's Title 21 of the U.S. Code, sir.
The U.S. Code says Schedule I is illegal. It doesn't define that marijuana is under Title I.
I don't want to argue the point with you, sir, but it's right here in black and white.
Hang on. We're not going to get into a debate, okay? I mean,
Please
we
come
can-
to your point, sir.
We can discuss this
That's-
amongst ourselves all we want, but let's not sit here and debate.
This, all I'm saying is that Congress never said that marijuana was illegal. They said Schedule I is illegal. It was a regulatory agency controlled by the executory branch that came up with a regulation putting marijuana under Schedule I. Now, I would propose and argue strenuously that when Justice Roberts issued his opinion last year in the Obamacare case, he impliedly held that the prohibitions against marijuana were no longer valid because the prohibitions are based solely under the Commerce Clause. And the arguments of the majority of the Supreme Court show clearly that Congress had no power to regulate such a thing under the Commerce Clause. With that, I'm done. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Hang on
In
one
your
second.
opinion, then, it's not against the law, federal law, marijuana is not included in Class 1. That's your conclusion.
That's my opinion, and I believe that the members of this council are also required to follow the dictates of the Colorado Constitution.
And we are.
And I don't think you have the power to inconvenience the citizens and the majority of the people of this state who have decided to amend the Constitution.
And I guess I would just state, from my perspective, if we have questions, that's fine. I don't want to get into a back and forth debate.
Got it.
Obviously, we've got a lot of passions on both sides. We can discuss it as well. If you have questions that you would like to ask of Mr. Slivka, I would say that his remarks are very well prepared. I appreciate the preparation he's put in, and I don't want to get into a back and forth.
I certainly do too, and I don't disagree with your points at all. But at this point in time, my interpretation, sitting on this council, is that there is a U.S. code that says Class 1 controlled substances are illegal. And we have been given an opportunity to, at a minimum, prohibit the sale and distribution of that in this city.
Well,
we are not ignoring that amendment.
Ms. Harvey, this is not an attack on Mr. Slivka or anyone else. I just would say, you know, we have our opinions. We can discuss them. I mean, you know, I don't think we're here to debate Mr. Slivka.
Not at all. Not at all.
So I would just, if there are questions of Mr. Slivka, let's ask him. If there are not, I once again just want to say I appreciate his well-prepared remarks and him going through them quickly. If there are other questions, I'm not trying to cut off your passion.
Mine's only on a
understand.
technical issue, that's all. Mine's
Right.
a constitutional issue.
Well,
I
and
agree
we're not-
with him.
well, we're not constitutional
Probably
scholars.
agree with him, too.
All
I
right.
have to
All right.
abide by the law.
I think we're going to move on here. Mr. Slivka, thank you very much.
Thank
for
you,
your
sir. Thank you,
remarks.
members of the council.
We have one other person signed up, Scott Rebelliard. I probably messed that one up. You know, with a name like Smith, it's easy to do. Nope, I guess he left. Is there anyone else that would like to discuss this topic tonight as it relates to Ordinance 1186, prohibiting the, I won't go through it all. No? Okay, with that, we'll close the public comment period. And you know, I guess I would like to weigh in a little bit and just say, I think Mr. Slivka brings up a lot of good comments as it relates to, you know, I unfortunately believe that we have regulated and regulated and regulated and regulated. That doesn't mean I'm not going to support this tonight, because I think that there's a number of other people that are going to move this thing along in other ways, and they're probably better suited to do that. The courts, the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Courts, and so on and so forth. And when the rulings come down and they either decide on the federal level to decriminalize it, or there's suits, then, you know, so be it. This does not prohibit people from growing it. for their own personal use, does not prohibit people from carrying it around with them. That's still under the state constitution legal. It just prohibits certain items. And as somebody who sits here and thinks about all the regulations that are passed, I mean, it kind of upsets me that we just continue to pass more and more and more and more and more regulations. But I guess that's where we are in our state today, and we'll allow folks to decide at a higher level. The only other comment I'd make as it relates to the U.S. Constitution is I believe it's the 10th Amendment that basically provides states the right to set all kinds of laws and such, and the federal government has obviously trumped that through civil wars and whatnot. And so, you know, there are plenty of people that argue that the federal government has no business in a lot of the business of the state. And that's the way the original framers, I believe, set it up, but we are where we are, and at this point in time, the federal government has dominancy. So if anybody else would like to make a comment, and then we can...
And what Gary said, that's always bothered me, because even when they came out with legal, even when they came out, I can't relax and talk in the microphone. I can bring it back. Can't hear you. Bring it to you. But, you know, and of course, we kind of got stuck in this by the federal government, our own voters. If I'm, you know, and I figured it'd pass in the state, but I never figured it'd pass in Teller County. But it did, and you know, so actually in the state of Colorado, it is legal. And the governor signed it, and that's my question. I mean, we've really prided ourselves on being a business-friendly community, and are we picking and choosing the type of businesses we want in our city? Because if this doesn't pass, then we're going to have to figure out a way. Actually, somebody else is going to have to figure out a way before October to regulate this and all those fees and the process that they would have to go through to be able to open up a store. And you know,
There may come a time when we can address that. I don't disagree with that. But at this point in time, it's even difficult for one of the medical marijuana dispensaries to deposit their daily take into a bank because there's not a bank that'll take their account because it's against the federal law. It's Forrest Gump simple to me. It's against the law.
And I really have to agree with you, but you know, on the other hand, they tried in the 1920s they tried prohibition, and prohibition did not work.
No, it did not.
They figured it out.
Then it's a matter of taking it to Congress and having the law changed.
And I have to agree.
But right now, it's not.
Bob?
Yeah. For me, this whole issue came up at the last election when was I going to vote for 64 or not? And I looked at the state of where we were with this particular substance, and anybody who wants it can get it, okay? Go to the local high school. Anybody's smoking it. I mean, big number. If these medical marijuana things, it's easy to get a doctor's certificate. Basically, what I saw was total hypocrisy in the system, okay? And it's just say, okay, well, that's the lowest priority of what we're going to enforce, okay? And so we have two states that basically said, right now, the war on drugs is a failure. Just like prohibition was a failure. Anybody could, the mob is in, running the whole business, okay? And so what we are trying to do is basically, well, at least I was trying to say is, of all the substances that are legal out there, like smoking and alcohol and everything else, those are the things that kill people on the roads or with lung cancer and whatever. And this substance is probably the least dangerous of the three. So taking all of that into account, I voted for Amendment 64 to get the mob out of this business, send a signal to Washington that at least 2 states want to put this forward. And this is what Holder said. He says, I'm going to take a look at what these states are doing, and then we'll decide whether or not we're going to fight it. That's how you end prohibition back in the 30s, is that the people rose up and said, we don't want Al Capone and all these people running this. The reason Teller County voted in favor of this is we're conservative. Just like he said, we don't like the government telling us. I mean, take a look at all these other substances that are legal, like salvia, the stuff that the Indians, smoke and stuff as part of their rituals. That's not illegal, but it's much more dangerous than, and every day they come up with another new drug that isn't on the list of things because it's easy to manufacture new chemicals. Basically what I'm saying is that the system as it is right now is a failure. It's hypocritical. And so I think Colorado, at least my opinion was, we need to do something in the right direction to send a signal and I've never smoked marijuana. I drink very infrequently. I don't smoke tobacco, etc. But I'm not going to tell other people what they can't do. Just like Mr. Slivka said, we shouldn't be told what's good or bad for us. We can make our own decisions on that. And so this is just my little act of protest in that direction. Okay, so let Eric Holder sue or not sue. Defend the government's right to put their laws above state rights. But then this is what he can do. Okay, and he can close down all those places. That your DEA agent can be up here tomorrow and close down that little place down the street here, down on 67, if he wants to. And it's up to them to do it. So if this is my little act of protest, I guess, that, I think that I have, my battle here is, should I be consistent with what I voted for the state? Should I say, okay, it's good for the rest of the state, but here in Woodland Park, we're going to be different. And so that's my dilemma.
Thank you. You got to keep your comments to 5 minutes.
That was 4 minutes and 39 seconds.
Go ahead, Gary.
This is strictly a legal issue, I think.
You gotta.
This is strictly a legal issue. Let's head on the other direction. Suppose the federal government approves marijuana as being legal. Then we can consider an ordinance to further restrict that.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm saying, why are we even considering this ordinance? Because, to me, the federal government has to first approve marijuana being legal before we can further restrict that for our community. The way I look at it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's the case. I mean, there was a constitutional amendment that was passed in Colorado. There's been legislative rules, if you will, through laws that have been made, and we have the ability to restrict certain things. We do not have the ability, in my understanding, to restrict people from growing it for their own personal use. We do not have the ability to restrict people to carry an ounce around with them. Bob doesn't have the ability to arrest someone on either one of those. The federal government, the federal DEA can step in and arrest somebody if they decide, and that's up to them. So, we're really tonight looking at restricting certain types of activities that deal with the cultivation, sale, those types of things. That's what we're discussing. If in the future the Supreme Court, the federal government, Eric Holder ever has time to think about something else other than what he's dealing with, maybe this will change. But so tonight what's before us is restricting those uses. We always have the ability, another council has the ability to rescind, to decide to do something different. That's what's available, and so if there's no more, sure we can sit here and discuss all night our thoughts and opinions. We're running out of time. I'm going to make a motion that we approve ordinance 1186 amending Title 18 of the Woodland Park Municipal Code as written, with the one item that I think Carol wanted to make sure was stated in there, and I didn't write that down, but city attorney has that.
As I understand it, the direction was to add a subsection C on page 2 under section 1879.01 subsection 1, which would state that it would repeat the recital on the previous page, that Amendment 64 conflicts with federal law as the possession, cultivation, sale, and use of marijuana remains illegal under federal criminal statutes.
Thank you.
That's my motion. Carol?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 1186 with the amendment as stated by Ms. Smith. Cindy?
Thank you. Motion is to approve as amended. Smith?
Yes.
Brovetto?
No.
Carlson?
No.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right, thank you. I appreciate all the thoughts, comments. I think we all struggle with a lot of those same things, and I do as well as it relates to government regulations. I think we'll see how this plays out going forward. All right, moving on to 9B. Hopefully this is simpler. Approve an application for the Woodland Park Saddle Club for a special events liquor license for events to be held on July 4th, August 3rd, September 7th, and October 5th, 2013 at the Woodland Park Saddle Club. Cindy? Excuse me, sorry. Okay, thank you. Cindy?
Thank you. With us this evening is Tage Efforts. He's representing the Woodland Park Saddle Club. Recall that the Saddle Club is eligible to apply for special event permits to the city. They have done that in the past at their location on Highway 24. This is for 4 permits, as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Smith. And the hours of liquor service will be from 5 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. The event managers will be Monique Ecker and the applicant Tage Efforts. The area where the alcohol will be served will be fenced and controlled, keeping in mind that the Saddle Club used to hold their own liquor license, and so the majority of the folks that are still active in the club are tips trained and do understand the liability. For the factual findings, everything's in order. Then the applicant has not been issued any other special event permits in 2013. So our recommendation is to approve the application following the public hearing, and Tay is here to answer any questions you may have.
Good evening, almost good morning.
Almost, pretty close.
So do you have anything that you would like to add?
The only thing I'd like to add is we'd like to add the June 8th date to that application. I thought Monique had put that on there.
We can't do that because we didn't have enough public notice to do that. It has to be 10 days.
Okay, that's fine.
June 8th was to have been is supposed to be a private event.
Right, that is correct.
So you don't need a permit for that.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Good. Less regulation. Any questions? No? Thank you for staying this evening.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think this is less is more.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any more? We need to have a public comment period. I'll open it up to the public. Does anybody want to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Is there a motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. Cindy?
Thank you. Brovetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we'll move on to item 9C, approve application for the cellar door, the 6th annual Vino and Notes.
Correct. This is for the annual wine festival that will be held in Memorial Park. Special event liquor license. The applicant is the cellar door. The vendors will be licensed Colorado wineries. The application will be conducted in a portion of Memorial Park and on the surrounding streets. The applicants work with the city's departments regarding the usage of streets and reservations. The hours for service are 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. However, the 6 a.m. number is really for setup. Ben Caperton from the Cellar Door is the event manager. The area where alcohol will be served will be fenced and controlled. The applicant has not been issued any other special event permits this year. Same scenario, if following a public hearing, the city staff recommends approval of this, what to be an annual event, Vino and Notes Wine Festival. What questions may I answer?
Questions of staff? We'll open the public comment period for item 9C. We'll close the public comment period, noting that no one has come forward.
I had a question now that you've closed the public comment. August 3rd, what day of the week is that?
Saturday, I believe.
So it will not interfere with the...
No, with the school will not be open, correct.
That's a good question. Bob?
And they already have a state license for wine tasting.
They do. So they're all very, very educated servers.
Any other questions, comments, motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion to approve in a second. Cindy?
Thank you. Carlson?
Yes.
Harrison?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
And Bravetto?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Moving on to item number 11. I know a number of folks have stuck around. I thank you for that. There are a number of folks signed up for public comments not on the agenda. I think I know what this involves, and I have involvement in it. So I am going to step aside and let Terry, as the senior council person, kind of conduct this, and I'm going to go sit out in the audience.
What, I'll put my hat on, right? No, I don't think so.
Terry, I think the correct term is you're the dean of our council.
I think I'll ask permission to wear my hat all next meeting, since I haven't got to wear it.
From your council members?
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Eric. The first person signed up for items not on the agenda is Paul Combs.
Oh.
Oh, gee.
If everybody else does, so will I. Dennis, and I'll get this wrong, Franco? Denise? Alan's gone. How about?
There's two left on the list.
There's two left on the list. Either one of you here, because I can't read this, nor could I pronounce it.
Yeah, Sonny's not here.
Sonny's not here. And I think the last one's Jeff.
Wow.
You could have, really resolved this a lot easier.
I'm the only one here.
Jeff Cahill, 187 Glendale Drive. I was all set to say Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and now I don't have to call you, a guy without the hat on. Yeah. I have gotten a letter in the last 2 weeks, and we all had a meeting with Mr. Smith regarding a project that he wants to work on, which is going to affect our neighborhood. And my consternation is that the articles that are addressing this, namely the ordinances within the city of Woodland Park, are being looked at now by the planning department. And with that consideration, Mr. Smith has asked, I believe, for a first phase of his grading permit to be approved. At which point, he can go into that land, even before he gets permission or his plans are drawn or anything else. He can dig up that land, leave a scar there, take the dirt, transport it someplace else for a different project or whatever. And then if he ultimately gets disapproved on this project, there's going to be a big gaping hole with trees knocked down, et cetera, which is going to be an eyesore to the community and to anyone coming up the highway from the east to the west. We think we already have a big enough scar behind our house up behind us where the big old limestone pit was supposed to be done. And that's gaping up there for eons. And unless he knows and all of you know or someone else knows that he's going to ultimately get a permit, I would ask you to please put this on the back burner, put some brakes on this, let the city go through their planning and their analyzation of all the items that are addressing the trees and the rocks and the grading and all that, in addition to the 27-year-old set of covenants that we have in place that Mr. Alan Brown was instrumental in putting together. At least he signed a signature to it. I think the attorneys put it together. But the long story short was there are items in there that are parallel to the city's ordinances. And namely, they would take away a lot of our pleasure of looking at across the street and seeing trees instead of a bunch of metal roofs. So we have a lot of our community really up in arms about this. The primary factor was that we were told everyone was being notified. And as we started talking to our neighbors, we found 4 out of the immediate 17 people affected by this were only notified by letter. The rest of them, we had to tell ourselves and let them know what was going on. And those that were here tonight had to leave for various reasons. But they all have the same empathy that I have, is that we would really like to see some more consideration given to this. Please delay it. Tell planners, please don't issue permits until all these items can be addressed, because we hate the heck to have to go to court and spend money to get an injunction to stop any bulldozer from coming. And I'm sure Chief Larson wouldn't want to go arrest me if I'm standing in front of a bulldozer and I have to recreate Tiananmen Square. So we would like your consideration to please put an additional hold on this until this all can be ironed out, instead of letting the dirt be moved. And that's about it in a nutshell. Anything?
That parcel, is that, what was the old Meadowwood Trailer Park?
Well,
13 acres?
It's right behind the old Tweeds building, where now Paradox Beer resides downstairs. And there's a little village terrace, I believe, the driveway cul-de-sac is right behind it. And it goes up and it stops. It's been subdivided to 6 parcels. And it could make really nice homes if you want to upgrade it to residential zoning. But right now it's in a commercial factor, and they want to bring it, I believe, to my vernacular, bring it down a notch so that it can be approved to facilitate and be construct these self-storage units. So that's all in the purview of what you guys do and what the planning department does, but we sure like to see it put down a little bit slower pace, if you wouldn't mind.
If I could, this has probably come as a surprise to council, and I apologize for that. We weren't sure what the level of involvement tonight would be under comments not on the agenda. I do have a letter from Mr. Cahill that I will pass out to each of you that outlines some more of the concerns. But the piece of property is, as you described it, it is what was subdivided as Village Terrace. The original plan was for the commercial on the front with what was Tweeds and is now Paradox. Mm-hmm. And then the other is currently zoned, how, Sally? What's it zoned?
Neighborhood commercial.
It's neighborhood commercial right now, which allows for many different uses. The way our code is written, a property owner has the right to submit a grading plan and do speculative grading. There are certain things that result from that. Responsibilities to revegetate, responsibilities for different things. Clearly, if you cut down a 50-year-old tree, you're not going to revegetate it with a 50-year-old tree. But our code does allow for speculative grading with certain requirements associated with that. We have that application for that grading permit, and it's under review by our planning department now. I can't argue the sense of why it was constructed that way, but it is the way that it is today. So we have that, and we're currently reviewing it.
Is that piece of property governed by the covenants in the area?
That's the other issue, is the covenants are a civil issue. The city has absolutely no responsibility, nor do we want responsibility associated with covenant enforcement. So the other route that this group could be taking is also through the civil channels as it relates to violation of the covenants. I suspect that's why Alan was here this evening, was to talk to that issue, but I don't know that for sure.
He was.
But for whatever reason, he left. So there are civil issues and there are municipal issues. So I just wanted to kind of fill in the gaps because they weren't aware of this.
And the parallels that are within the ordinance, the city ordinance, and the parallels that are intertwined with the covenants basically speak frankly about not taking down trees, not moving rocks, not moving soil, etc., which should be injurious to the neighborhood, and also architectural elements that would be involved in the future plans, which Mr. Smith will submit at some point if he goes forward with this project relative to architectural design and roofing and etc. So all those things are later, but we hate to get the cart before the horse here and ruin our vista and knock down these 50, 60-foot trees. So
I guess I'm confused. What do we have the authority to do, if anything, in respect to slowing down the grading process?
That's what I wanted to ask David, because I think right now this is if I'm correct, it's an administrative process, the way it's set up, and we can take no action on it whatsoever at this point. And I don't know if we ever could. I don't think we have a mechanism to be able to take action on it as a council, because it is an administrative process. So the only recourse that they have is to deal with our planning department. Is that correct?
Well, it is, but the way our code is written is it allows for this type of process to occur. And our planning department is in the process of reviewing that. I've not seen the application. It has to be staffed out, and all that has to be gone through. Sally, what am I missing from my summary?
Your summary is excellent.
Well, you're so good.
She's gonna keep her job.
But when the planning department considers this, don't you consider
Yes.
trees and all this other stuff before you issue a permit for any
Absolutely.
site development to
Yes.
go on?
Yes,
So,
we will
we got
work
the
with
check.
the applicant to come up with a plan that hopefully will be a win-win for both. And this is an administrative review for a speculative grading permit. And however, one thing that the neighbors would be able to do is that when that permit is issued, they will have an opportunity to review it and could potentially appeal the staff's decision to issue that permit, and that appeal would go to the Board of Adjustment.
No.
So there is recourse for the neighborhood to be able to lodge an appeal, but they have to say that there was inappropriately issued and there was an error on the staff's part.
One of the things we struggle with is concerns of neighbors versus property rights. And that's tough stuff.
Yeah.
So it's in our hands now. And that's what we will do.
Not in our hands, your hands.
It's in my hands.
Can we be kept in the loop as a high priority on your part, on the city's part? We do have an access through Lisa Parnell, a contact person, so any decisions that will be made, we won't be finding a bulldozer showing up in the front yard, will we? I mean,
Sally, what would that process be once if we finished our review and there was an appeal that needed to be filed, what would that look like?
Takes 10 days. They have to.
No, how did they know that we've reached a conclusion?
We will let them know that we're about to issue.
How will that happen? I want to give folks confidence that there's a communication link that won't be missed.
Mr. Cahill is our primary contact, and
Okay.
keep him in the direct loop of how the review is going.
Yeah, that's already been set up actually with his wife is our
for your time.
Yes, sir.
Go home, go to bed.
Thank you, and Eric, I think you can come back up now, because all we've got left is adjournment, and we'll let you do it.
Well, I've got a couple of reports, but you've got a few things I think to mention as well. Might not take long, though.
You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to reports. Gotta find my, all right, mayor's report, Mayor Pro Tem's report. We have 4 events that I would like to announce. Friday, June 7th, the 23rd Annual Farmers Market kicks off from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m., so that's tomorrow. Henrietta and Center. Saturday, this Saturday, June 8th, Keep Woodland Park Beautiful Work Day, 9 to noon, Memorial Park, free barbecue to follow. This Saturday, June 8th, Woodland Music Series presents Colorado College Summer Music Festival Orchestra, Ute Pass Cultural Center, 7 p.m., and it's free. And Saturday and Sunday, not this Saturday and Sunday, but the next Saturday and Sunday, June 15th and 16th, Fluorescent Fossil Beds New Visitor Center Celebration. Fee-free weekend. It's tough to say it. So that's the events. I have nothing further. Council, any reports? Okay. Aaron?
Nothing else.
Okay. David?
Bill, quickly.
Making me the bad guy, huh? 'Tis the season for street resurfacing. Crews will be in town, come up here in the next few weeks. Updates our website, the Public Works website, or the city website is up to date with the streets, the treatments, and the expected schedule. We'll look to be scheduling the chip seal work the 25th through 28th June. They'll be here in town chip sealing, and then we'll be working on Trout Creek later in the month.
Thank you, Bill. A few things quickly. A reminder to council, we have our goals and objectives session a week from tonight at 5:30. Secondly, our regularly scheduled June 20th meeting has been rescheduled for June 27th. We've had that on the calendar for quite some time. In the last few days, our public works crews have been doing their annual cleaning of our downtown sidewalks. I've had a couple of calls from citizens as it relates to water conservation and our water restrictions. Historically, every year in late May or early June, we do that. We wash the sidewalks and we wash the downtown medians to present a more inviting appearance for our residents and our visitors alike. This year, I directed that we limit the sidewalk washing to just the sidewalks, not the medians. I felt it was a happy medium between the utilization of the water and recognition of conservation, and also knowing that our businesses rely on a pleasing appearance for folks to come and visit them. We used a total of 14,300 gallons. The average monthly residential use is somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 gallons, and typically on a very hot summer day, we'll use 1 million gallons in any given day. So 14,000 gallons is 14,000 gallons, but I don't think it was wasted water. Last Friday, several in the community, to include our president of our chamber, the chairman of our board of directors, Commissioner Norm Steen, and Mayor Dave Turley, and I attended the 4th Engineer Battalion casing ceremony as that unit deploys to Afghanistan on Saturday. They were extremely appreciative of our participation. And lastly, yesterday, I and Sergeant Jim Halloran, our emergency manager, attended a U.S. Forest Service sponsored interagency wildfire scenario risk management workshop. It gave me great confidence that there are people who do this for a living. They have great expertise, and we know where we plug into the system as it relates to risks associated with different types of emergencies. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Anything else for the record? If not, I guess Terry was perfect. 5 minutes at 12. Close the meeting.